Chapter 293. If the burning sun ruler was a ferocious tiger, then the refined ruler was a cold and sinister poisonous snake. Sometimes a poisonous snake was more deadly than a tiger. As for the others, like the Wang family, Chu Tian did not place them in his eyes at all. When Nan Gongyin knew that Chu Tian had chased away the Nangong family, she was moved to tears. She gave Chu Tian a hug. "Thank you, I really don't want to return to the Nangong family. Only you've helped me block them. So I'm afraid there will be a large amount of trouble. I've implicated everyone." "What are you saying?" Chu Tian patted his chest in a righteous manner. "As the boss, it is my duty to protect my subordinates. You can relax in miracle commerce. Relax, the burning sun ruler will not dare act rashly." Where did Chu Tian's confidence come from? The Meng Qinggu sisters quickly asked Chu Tian about what happened today. Chu Tian truthfully narrated what happened, making everyone speechless. Not only did he offend the Southern Summer King, he had also offended the Burning Sun ruler and the Wang family. He had scolded them in the royal court, but he still came out unscathed? Strange. Meng Qinggu was a bit puzzled. The Southern Summer King has always been strong, and your actions today have made him lose face. With the Southern Summer King's personality, how could he let you go so easily? Chu Tian did not find this result strange. Young Miss is smart. How could she not understand this logic? Meng Qinggu slightly knit her brows. "Let's hear it." "First, the Southern Summer King does not have enough reason to punish me. Second, the Southern Summer King is afraid of the calm martial ruler and the great scholar's influence as well as my role. There is also the third point. He should have found out that I have the value of balancing the power in Imperial City." The first 2 points were still fine. What did the third point mean? Chu Tian carefully explained. "Today in the royal palace, not only did I provoke the Burning Sun ruler, I also ruthlessly taught a lesson to the Wang family. The refined ruler hates me to death. This was all done for the Southern Summer King to see. He wanted to break off relations with them. Moreover, the great scholar and the calm martial ruler support me. So because of my appearance, the Imperial City's powers have formed a balance, and I am a key point in maintaining this balance." Meng Qinggu was a smart person. When she heard this, she immediately understood. The 3 rulers under the Southern Summer King had high statuses and large influences. The 3 rulers had a tacit understanding with each other over the years, so there was no direct conflict between them. Other than the 3 rulers, there was also the great scholar, the Wang family, and the others. They all had extraordinary influence, always advancing and retreating at the same time. Although the Southern Summer King had a high status, it was hard for him to control these people. Chu Tian's appearance was a point of contradiction, and Royal City might be in a stalemate because of this. They were secretly competing with each other. The Southern Summer King was not involved and was in charge of controlling the situation, so he could control the overall situation. Therefore, for the time being, Chu Tian would not touch him, nor would he put him in an important position. If the calm martial ruler and the great scholar wanted to protect Chu Tian, they had to go through the Southern Summer King. If the refined ruler and the Burning Sun ruler wanted to suppress Chu Tian, they had to go through the Southern Summer King. Chu Tian was not strong. This position was like pulling a hair and moving the whole body. The sharper the contradiction, the more advantageous it was for the Southern Summer King. This was because both sides needed his help. So how could there not be many benefits? So it's like this. Meng Qinggu revealed a look of shame. "I am still lacking compared to you." "Hi, what is the young miss saying? It's fine if you don't learn this kind of balance of power. You can't say it like this. Perhaps it will be useful in the future." "Please, I am just a businessman. It's fine as long as I make some inventions. I won't establish a country." What is the young miss thinking? Chu Tian said this and suddenly changed the topic. "What has the company done recently? Quickly tell me." Meng Qinggu began to report her work. Meng Qinggu was worthy of being Chu Tian's best wife. Oh no, best wife. The tasks that Chu Tian had given to Meng Qingguo. Not only had Meng Qingguo excellently completed them, she had even exceeded some of them. The Imperial City Research Facility had already been established. The Imperial City Weapon Factory had also been completed. Miracle Commerce had already completed a series of acquisitions in Imperial City, and all kinds of products were on the right path. Other than that, there was good news from the Central State Research Facility. The Source Energy submachine gun had been successfully improved, and the Central State Weapon Factory could begin producing it first. Meng Qingguo added a point. Our image transferring technology has already matured, and we can now steadily transfer and record images. Chu Tian already knew this. There were quite a few places in Imperial City that had image transferring mirrors. Another thing worth mentioning is that Meng Yingying and I have been carefully researching recently and have found a very profitable business method. This was not the first time the two sisters had given Chu Tian pleasant surprises. Oh, what is it? Let Meng Yingying say it. Meng Yingying was holding a pen and paper as if she was recording something. When she saw Chu Tian, she immediately revealed a bright and beautiful smile. Chu Tian, quickly! Thank me. Thank you? This young miss will make you famous soon. Chu Tian was very surprised. Am I not famous enough? Stop messing around. Meng Qingguo said, Don't keep him in suspense. Just tell him directly. Meng Yingying excitedly said, My elder sister and I have invented a new technology. We found a kind of illusory image stone, and we used the illusory image stone to create an image that was stored in the hidden image mirror, creating a moving image. So what? Stupid. This is a very large business opportunity. Meng Yingying was very excited when she mentioned this. She said in an old voice, Now the people of the continent have material comforts, but their minds are empty and they don't have any entertainment. We can combine the hidden image mirror and the illusory image stone, and we can turn legendary stories into real movies and TV stories. This is much more interesting than dry storybooks. I have already thought about it. This director's first story will be Scarlet Blood War. It will be about you saving countless villagers and defeating the evil demon's legendary experience. Chu Tian almost spat out a mouthful of water. How did these two sisters come up with this idea? In the era that Chu Tian lived in, virtual spiritual technology had already matured, so real movies and TV did not have any place. Chu Tian did not think of this point, but it was actually the Meng Qingguo sisters who thought of it. It was just like a can of miracles. It did not have any technical content. It just lacked an idea. Meng Yingying looked at Chu Tian with anticipation. What do you think? Very good, very good. Chu Tian's mind quickly turned. We have just established ourselves in Imperial City, so we need to expand our influence. This kind of thing will be very useful in promoting miracle commerce. Meng Yingying nodded. Do you have any requirements? Do your first work well. Don't think about profits and costs. Spend as much money as you need. There is only one requirement. My image must be handsome, understand? Meng Yingying rolled her eyes at her. You don't need to worry about profits. Elder sister is a business genius. No matter how much money is invested, she can earn it back double or even more. Chu Tian was a bit skeptical. The production cost of this work was not low. It would be good if they could break even at this stage. Could they really earn it back? Meng Yingying handed the book in her arms to Chu Tian. Here, this is what I heard from elder sister Nangong. It will be used as a blueprint for the story. I'll write a simple outline of the story. What do you think? This was a story of saving, adventure, and fighting. He really couldn't tell that this little girl had a bit of artistic talent. Chu Tian gave a suggestion. I think it would be better if we added a bit of romance. Romance. How? You can set up a female lead image. This female lead is you, Meng Yingying. As for the identity, you can set it as a princess of a country who was captured by the Demon King. In the end, I rescued you, and at the end of the story, you lived happily together. The story of the princess and the demon king was really old. But in this era, there should still be a market for it. Mang Yingying's face turned red, really shameless. Wouldn't it be shameful if others saw it? How can you think like that? This is art. How could art be shameful? Chu Tian said seriously, if you don't like it, you can change the female lead to a young miss. Or Nangong is also fine. Mang Qingwu's face turned red and she didn't say anything. Nangongyan laughed. I have no objections. No. Elder sister is the leader of the Chamber of Commerce, so she has to maintain a calm and dignified image. Elder sister Nangong is also a strong person. This princess is so weak. How can we let them play the role? Mang Yingying was a bit embarrassed and scratched her head. It seems like I have to sacrifice myself for art. Everyone laughed. Who couldn't guess what this little girl was thinking? Chu Tian suddenly had an idea and thought of a special idea. Weren't the Nangong family and the Wang family very arrogant? This time, let's see how Master Chu Tian will deal with them. Chu Tian said to Mang Yingying, in order to make the story more interesting, I think we need to strengthen the portrayal of a few villains, for example. They discussed for an hour. The production plan was finally finalized. Mang Yingying brought everyone to write the story excitedly. In fact, the cost of making a film like this was not low. This was because the entire production process not only required a large number of people, but also a lot of phantom stones. Phantom stone was a rare material in southern Xia. There were no more than 3 places in the entire southern Xia that produced this kind of ore. The annual production was very limited, so the price would inevitably be higher. After this work was made, it was impossible to recover the cost, or rather, it was impossible to recover the cost for a long time. But it still had to be done. Miracle Commerce had about 600 million gold coins in Imperial City. Now, they directly took out 200 million gold coins to invest in Meng Yingying and let her do it without worrying about money. This amount of money was enough to buy back all the phantom stones in the market. Meng Yingying formed a production team of more than 100 people and began to study the production plan. Meng Qingguo used the power of Miracle Commerce, and through the radio, media, and other channels, she began to madly spin the bed. Posters of the film and TV series were pasted everywhere. This caused a huge uproar in Imperial City. People had heard of dramas, but they had never heard of a thing like a film or TV series. Meng Qingguo also spent money to buy several large theaters in Imperial City and built a large image transfer mirror screen for each theater. After Meng Yingying's production team finished the work, it would all be displayed and broadcast in these theaters. In an instant, the news spread throughout the entire Imperial City. People all became very interested in this, from the common people to the nobles in the palace. Everyone paid attention to the progress of the first film and TV series in history. This matter became a topic of conversation before and after tea. In an instant, the new term film and TV series became the newest trend in Imperial City. Chapter 294. Chu Tian had caused a stir on his first day in Imperial City. First, he beat up the Wang family's young master. Then he fought with the Burning Sun ruler. And finally, he brought the great scholars group to chase away the Nangong family. After causing a stir in Imperial City, not only did nothing happen to Chu Tian, he was living a safe and sound life. Not only was Miracle Commerce not implicated, they were even planning a cinema project, which could be said to have caused an uproar. Everyone finally understood. Chu Tian's ability was not small. Even if he offended the Wang family and the Burning Sun ruler, he could still live without being affected at all. However, Chu Tian didn't go around attracting hatred every day. After fiercely attracting a lot of attention on the first day, he spent most of the following days in secluded cultivation in seclusion. The Scarlet Blood Temple had eaten several hundred high-grade pills at once, and he had not completely digested them yet. With such a large amount of energy stored in his body, there would be problems if it was left for too long. Other than that, the alchemy techniques of this era were too rough, and in the process of refining the pills, there would be harmful elements. Chu Tian did not want to be troubled by the side effects, so he refined several pills to neutralize the side effects. Several hundred pills were enough to help Chu Tian increase his cultivation. The 1,000 pills in Chu Tian's gourd were enough for Chu Tian to step into the true soul realm in 1-2 months. The little fox's stomach was not big, but there were more than 10,000 pills. If Chu Tian could trick some of them, it would be enough to satisfy the Meng Qinggu sisters, Nangong, Feng Kaidai, Yun Yao, and even Yun Xiao, all the core members in the illustrious soul realm. This seemed very exaggerated, but it was not at all. How could the Scarlet Moon, one of the 10 great inheritances of the Tianma cult, be lacking in resources? An illustrious warring kingdom. Even if it was just a branch, at its peak, it would have more than 500,000 official members and 20 to 30 branch leaders, each of them possessing strength comparable to the 8 marquises of southern Xia. It could be said without a doubt that the Scarlet Blood country at its peak was much stronger than the current southern Xia. If the resources left behind by this superpower could not even raise a few true soul realm experts, how could they rise again? But this gave Chu Tian a headache. This little fox was more cunning than a human. How could it be easy to trick it? This fellow was like a miser, not willing to part with even a single cent. Chu Tian tried every possible way to coax it, but to no avail. In the end, he could only promise it interest before it reluctantly lent a small portion to its master. Chu Tian was naturally furious. "Damn it, I'm your master. How dare you lend money to your master? Moreover, it's a high-interest loan. This kind of behavior is too bad for a pet. Aren't pets the owner's private property? Borrow your head. If it wasn't for the fact that you still have a lot of resources in your stomach that haven't been spat out, so I can't fall out with you right now, I would have smashed your butt." Just like this, Chu Tian safely spent half a month in Imperial City. He closed himself up all day, wholeheartedly cultivating, searching for a breakthrough. Chu Tian's cultivation speed was very clear. Half a month was not a long time, but he had smoothly broken through twice, reaching the 6th awakened soul layer. Nan Gongyin had also smoothly broken through to the 6th awakened soul layer. Meng Qinggu and Meng Yingying's progress was a bit slower, but they were already experts at the peak 5th awakened soul layer. What made Chu Tian especially surprised was that after obtaining the blood chalice, the corpse refining speed increased by leaps and bounds. The 18 divine blood Yin corpses continued to digest the divine blood, becoming stronger and stronger. Now their strength far surpassed Chu Tian's, breaking through to the 7th awakened soul layer and reaching the peak 7th awakened soul layer. This meant that Miracle Commerce had 18 strong true soul realm bodyguards. Chu Tian couldn't help sighing at the strength of a spiritual god. Every time they refined the corpses, they only used a drop or 2 of the divine blood to dilute it and then used it to refine 18 Yin corpses. These divine blood Yin corpses did not even use a few drops of blood, but the effects they obtained were enough to make people pleasantly surprised. Of course, a large part of this was because of the blood chalice. It was the true blood produced by the blood chalice that nourished the Yin corpses, allowing the Yin corpses to absorb a large amount of energy in a short period of time. But the blood chalice's power was limited. It could not provide an endless supply of true blood to the Yin corpses. After the last corpse refining, the blood chalice's true blood had been used up. It was not hard for the blood chalice to condense true blood. It just needed to buy a large amount of high-level demon beast blood and let the blood chalice absorb it to produce true blood. This time period was as short as half a month and as long as a month, so it could not be rushed. Anyway, with the divine blood-Yin corpse's current strength, it was enough for Miracle Commerce to use. These 18 absolutely loyal and powerful guards, no matter where they were in southern Xia, they could form a powerful force that other powers could not look down on. While Chu Tian was busy inspecting the Yin corpses. "Chu Tian, are you there?" At this time, Meng Yingying anxiously rushed in. "Good news, our Scarlet Blood War has been completed." "What? It was done already. Chu Tian thought it would take at least a month or two, but it was done in just half a month. We invested so much so the materials were quickly bought. With enough materials, of course it would be fast. Elder sister is doing an internal screening. Do you want to come and take a look? Nonsense. Of course I want to come and take a look. This cinema project was something that Chu Tian placed a lot of importance on. Not to mention that this was the result of Ying's several days and nights of hard work. In order to create this story, she had hired an entire team of over 100 people, planning the scenes and plots every day. She had put in a lot of effort, so how could he not support her? Meng Qingguo had set up a private theater in the headquarters. This was a private theater for miracle commerce. The entire space could sit 500 people, and there was an incomparably large square mirror hanging in front of them. Of course, it was not a normal mirror. Rather, it was an image-transferring mirror made by Miracle Commerce that had the ability to transfer images. There were a few internal members of Miracle Commerce sitting in the large screening room. When they saw Chu Tian arrive, Nan Gongyan impatiently stood up. "Boss, why did you come so late? We were all waiting for you, didn't you know?" Sorry. Chu Tian gave a laugh. "Can we begin?" Meng Qingguo immediately made a gesture, and a staff member took out a brick like crystal. This was made from high-density hidden image stone crystals and could store a large amount of moving images, so it could be used to create a movie. Meng Qingguo named it the video disc. Let's begin. The Miracle Commerce staff walked in front of the small magnetic image tower and immediately placed the video disc into the source energy array. It was powered by the source energy battery and didn't need to be manually controlled. So when the video disc was placed into the source energy array, the giant image transferring mirror hanging in the air lit up. It's appeared. Several girls excitedly cried out. Even the usually calm Meng Qingguo couldn't hide the pride on her face at this moment. Images began to appear in the huge mirror. The first thing that appeared was a sharp eagle's eye. No one had ever seen an eagle's eye at such a close distance. The eyes were sharp and deep, reflecting the rivers and the earth. The entire image began to zoom out. This was the scene of an eagle diving down to the earth. A loud and clear eagle cry came from the speakers all around. It was sharp and clear, giving off a three-dimensional feeling, making people feel very shocked. This dubbing was already done, and it was stored in the magnetic sound disc before being sent out through the speakers. As long as it was played at the same time, normal people wouldn't be able to see any flaws. When the eagle dived down, it was visually shocking as it passed through the vast mountains and rivers, finally landing in front of an ancient castle. Inside this magnificent castle, there was a kind of desolate and ancient solemnity. There were tens of thousands of cultivators lined up, all of them being the cultivator disciples of a top-grade sect. A low voice began to speak. 300 years ago, an evil demonic sect called the Scarlet Blood Sect rose in the kingdom. They were cruel, tyrannical, and overbearing, killing people like grass. In order to cultivate a demonic art, they treated all living beings as grass. The scene instantly changed. Countless demonic cultivators built blood ponds and cruelly collected blood essence. The pitiful cries of the victims made people's expressions change. In the end, the Scarlet Blood religion's evil deeds caused the entire world to be angered, leading to a war. This scene turned into a battlefield. The speakers around them released the sounds of killing as tens of thousands of cultivators fought on the battlefield. In the end, after a bitter battle, the Scarlet Blood religion's main force was completely annihilated, and this evil demonic cultivator disappeared from the kingdom. However, were they really completely annihilated? No one knew that when the Scarlet Blood sect's leader was about to be destroyed, he left behind a treasure that could make people go crazy, preparing for the rise of the Scarlet Blood sect. This was a foreshadowing. The story had not even begun, but there was already suspense. This story was based on Chu Tian destroying the Scarlet Blood Temple. But in order to make the story more independent, there were many changes to the content. The Scarlet Blood sect was a branch of the Tianma cult, but now it was an independent sect. Chu Tian's identity became a wandering sword cultivator, and he also added the identity of the Meng Yingying princess. The male and female protagonists accidentally fell in love, but their statuses were different and they encountered many difficulties. The Scarlet Blood demon needed to collect 1,000 young girls as sacrifices to revive. In the end, they accidentally took the princess away. The main character went to the Scarlet Swamp alone with a sword, setting foot on the old plot of saving the princess. Not only did it refer to what had happened, for example, Chu Tian joining the Scarlet Blood sect as a spy, it also added a series of artistic plots. In short, the entire process was incomparably complicated. It was especially worth mentioning. Meng Yingying added Wang Tu, Zuiyan, and the Warhounds tribe into the story. Of course, according to Chu Tian's request, it was viciously vilified. Wang Tu and Zuiyan were despicable treasure hunters who did not hesitate to pay any price to obtain the Scarlet Blood sect's treasure. They sacrificed the kingdom's benefits, not hesitating to use the commoners as bait, and even colluded with the Warhounds tribe. This story's ending was very perfect. After the main character defeated the resurrected Scarlet Blood sect's leader, he happily lived in seclusion with the princess. Chu Tian stood up and applauded. Good, this is too good. I never thought that Miracle Cinema's first production would be this outstanding. It far surpassed my expectations. This was not a compliment or comfort. This Battle of the Scarlet Moon was indeed outstanding. The entire production was 100 minutes long, interspersed with adventure, love, treasure hunting, responsibility, honor. All sorts of elements. The entire plot was perfectly linked. This could only be done with a very deep foundation, and it was hard for people to believe that it was actually directed by Meng Yingying. Other than that, the entire production was filled with soft advertisements for miracle commerce. For example, the electric light, the phonograph, the source energy pot, the miracle canned food, and etc. This was a very powerful advertising method. Meng Yingying said with a proud face, "Of course, don't you know who the director is? I specially invited all the famous masters of Imperial City, letting everyone participate in the screenwriting and assisting the director." It was no wonder. This production is impeccable. Meng Qinggu said, "I think it's time to put it in the theater and let the citizens of Imperial City experience it. How much is the price for watching it? I think it should be 20 gold coins." Chu Tian was stunned. This cheap? This production was worth close to 200 million gold coins. But Chu Tian did not care too much about it. It wasn't like he wanted to make money. Meng Qinggu confidently said, "Relax, not only will we not lose money this time, we will even make a large profit." Chapter 295. Miracle Commerce had a total of 4 large theaters. Each theater had an average of 10 theaters, and each theater could hold 400 to 500 people. Since it was going to be broadcasted, there was no lack of preparations. First was the problem of ticket prices. Miracle Commerce had shown their sincerity. Chairman Chu Tian announced that they would make the theaters more popular than the brothels. Not only did they have to attract both men and women, young and old, they had to make it so that everyone could look up to them. Therefore, each normal ticket only cost 20 gold coins. The VIP seats would be auctioned off with a starting price of 100 gold coins. People simply did not dare believe it. Was Miracle Commerce doing charity? This was too inconceivable. The songs and dances in Imperial City's theaters, as long as they were of a higher class, would cost more than this. Was this bit of money to the nobles living in Imperial City? It might not even be enough to send away beggars. This kind of price could be easily afforded by the middle and lower class people. And this first movie in history had been built with an investment of 200 million gold coins. Could they recoup the cost by doing this? Judging from the current situation, it was almost an impossible task. When Miracle Commerce continued to announce another piece of news, People finally realized that they had been surprised too early. The theaters had a time limit. Miracle Commerce was currently setting up image transfer mirror equipment in their own restaurants or public places like squares. In other words, after the theater's screening period ended, Miracle Commerce would publicly show the movie. Even the poorest citizens could enjoy the wonderful experience of watching a movie. What did Miracle Commerce want to do? Could it be that they had too much money to burn themselves? To be able to do this kind of thankless task, this was not in line with the nature of a businessman. People naturally discussed this. Some people said that the company did not want to make money from the movie. Each theater provided food, and the price was definitely higher than outside. Perhaps they wanted to make money from additional consumption. Some people said that Miracle Commerce did not want to make money from the start. This time, they only wanted to promote the image transfer technology and increase Miracle Commerce's influence in Imperial City. Because the male and female leads in the movie were using themselves, once it was spread, they would become famous and Miracle Commerce would become famous. Everyone had their own opinions, and each had their own reasons. The movie had not yet been officially broadcasted and had already attracted the eyes of the Imperial City people. When the tickets went on sale on the first day, the scene was naturally a sea of people. More than 20,000 seats were sold out at once, and the price of second-hand tickets increased by 4 to 5 times. The VIP seats that were auctioned off were sold for tens of thousands of gold coins. If that was the case, he could earn more than 1 million gold coins for each broadcast. If he could broadcast 8 or 9 times a day, wouldn't he be able to earn 10 million gold coins a day? If given enough time, theoretically, the cost could be recovered, but in reality it was impossible. First of all, 20,000 people a day, 600,000 people a month. What kind of concept was this? The total number of people in the royal city who had the habit of going to the theater was probably less than that. After all, the entertainment in this era was very simple, and the development of the arts was not very important. Most of the plays were very monotonous and could not attract many people. With Miracle Commerce's massive advertising, it was already amazing to have a full house for 1 or 2 consecutive days. It was almost impossible to have a full house for a month. Even if it really happened, the cinema had a limited screening period, completely locking in the upper limit of revenue growth. No matter how one looked at it, this was a 100% loss business. Is it to stimulate incidental consumption? Was he spending money to gain applause? Or did he have other intentions? Out of curiosity, people paid more attention to the movie itself. What kind of thing was this? This is bad, this is bad. Meng Yingying anxiously ran back to the headquarters as her white cheeks revealed a cute blush. Our largest theater has already been reserved by the royal palace. Chu Tian was stunned hearing this. What happened? I had just received the royal proclamation from the royal palace. Meng Yingying presented the royal proclamation to Chu Tian. The Southern Summer King wants to personally come to the theater and wants to reserve the entire theater for 10 times the price. But we have already sold the tickets. Nan Gongyin was very angry. The Southern Summer King wants to reserve the entire theater for himself. Isn't this a bit too overbearing? The Southern Summer King has invited several concubines, the 3 rulers, and the core members of the various large families to watch the movie. There are several hundred people like this, and they are all noble characters. Reserve the entire theater for 10 times the price? This seemed rich and overbearing, but it didn't count for anything. Miracle Commerce's largest theater had over 800 seats, and a normal seat cost 20 gold coins. How much money could 10 times the price be worth? Would Miracle Commerce lack this bit of money? Everyone doesn't need to worry. This is a good thing. Meng Qinggu was not troubled by this, and instead said in a pleasantly surprised voice, "These nobles are all rich and overbearing. You reserve the theater today, and they reserve the theater tomorrow. There will be no end to it. The king will reserve the entire theater and invite everyone, cutting off the possibility of this happening in the future. We can use this chance to reform and prevent this kind of thing from happening again." There is also the fact that the king has personally come to support us. This is a very good advertising point for us. That was right. This was the so-called celebrity effect. If the king came to watch, why wouldn't they come? If the Southern Summer King liked movies, then it would be a large advertising point for Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian nodded. It seems like we need to improve the system. Are they not embarrassed to reserve the theater for 10 times the price? If someone wants to reserve the theater in the future, they can directly reserve it for 200 times. Aren't these nobles rich? I'll let them spend as much as they want. This matter caused a small uproar. Those who had already bought tickets had their tickets forcefully refunded, so their hearts were filled with complaints. But Miracle Commerce compensated them with several times the price, and the other side was the Southern Summer King, so they had nothing to say. The first screening was about to begin. Miracle Commerce sent out large amounts of guards to allow people to enter the theater in an orderly manner. At this time, the Southern Summer King brought a group of people to the theater. These people were all invited by the Southern Summer King, and they were all famous people, almost making up half of the imperial city nobles. These large characters also brought their children, making a total of 300-400 people, filling up half of the theater. Chu Tian looked around several times, but he did not find anyone from the Wang family. The Wang family was still considered smart. The Wang family definitely knew that this movie was aimed at them, so it would be strange if they didn't die from embarrassment. They were simply asking to be humiliated. The Burning Sun ruler, Nangongyen, came. After all, he was one of the 3 rulers, so how could he take the initiative to retreat? He wanted to see what kind of tricks this Chu Tian was playing. Chu Tian brought the Miracle Commerce people to greet him. When the Southern Summer King saw Chu Tian, he had a calm attitude, not being cold or warm, as he softly said, "Miracle Commerce's inventions are very beneficial to my kingdom, so I hope you can focus your energy on practical matters and not use your intelligence on this kind of entertainment. Do you understand?" "Fuck, I didn't invite you here. You came, but you still have to use a lecturing tone." That's right, that's right. Chu Tian could only give a laugh. "Please have my king's seat." The Southern Summer King sat in the VIP seats. The calm martial ruler, the Burning Sun ruler, and the refined ruler also walked over. The broadcast in the theater was not controlled by Chu Tian, but rather by the Miracle Commerce's magnetic sound tower and magnetic image terminal. This was the same principle as a radio, letting the sound signal and the moving image signal be sent to each theater, so it was played at the same time. The group of old masters hadn't been sitting for long. The huge screen that was 20 meters tall and 40 meters wide immediately lit up, and the movie began to play. Everyone was immediately attracted by the gorgeous opening, followed by the scene of tens of thousands of people fighting on the battlefield. The scene was very realistic and shocking. The Southern Summer King and the 3 rulers were stunned. How on earth was this made? It was so realistic, it was hard to imagine. The others also had the same feeling. This feeling was just too refreshing. In this small theater, one could have a panoramic view of the beautiful scenery and the magnificent scene. He could truly experience an incredible adventure without stepping out of his house. He could even experience a completely imaginary world. When the story was played out in front of their eyes, it made people fascinated and shocked, making them worry about the fate of the main character in the story. This invention was too great. As for the drama, it was simply child's play. It was instantly destroyed without leaving a single dregs. People didn't have the mood or time to compare, because the intense and exciting storyline attracted all the audience's attention. This was made by a team of over 100 people, led by Meng Inying, with each detail being carefully arranged. The adventure, battle, love, and suspense were all very attractive, as well as the cruelty, greed, and shamelessness were all depicted. The male and female lead's faint love made people yearn for it, as if they had returned to their first love. When the female lead was captured by the demon, everyone felt as if their hearts had been stabbed by a knife. Pa, pa, pa! The sound of cups being smashed could be heard. They all gritted their teeth in hatred, simply wanting to personally kill their way in and cut that scarlet blood demon into pieces. The main character's shocking adventure, as well as the suspense of being a spy, made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Finally, the Scarlet Blood Sect's leader activated a destructive trap before his death. The main character threw the female lead out, but he was buried in the bottomless swamp. When they saw this, a few emotional women began to cry. When everyone thought the main character was dead, the main character used a treasure on his body to luckily escape. Finally, he lived in seclusion with the princess, living a normal and happy life. This was an old story in Chu Tian's eyes, but in the eyes of the people of this era, it was a climax filled with suspense. When the final scene ended, everyone stood up and applauded. The Southern Summer King was slightly shocked. This story was too good. This theater was going to be popular. Don't look at how Chu Tian was not making money right now. If this thing was promoted and every city built a theater like this, wouldn't it be amazing? It would definitely be a large profit. The Southern Summer King's eyes sparkled a few times. When he thought of the influence the theater would bring, a light flashed in the Southern Summer King's mind as he suddenly had an idea. Chapter 296. When the lights in the theater gradually lit up, everyone was abnormally excited. The ups and downs of the plot were too wonderful. This kind of super strong visual impact was not something that a dry play could compare to. Whether it was from the heart or the senses, everyone seemed to have received an unprecedented baptism. After watching the whole story, everyone felt abnormally satisfied, as if they had personally experienced this thrilling adventure. However, they felt that it was not enough because they had not completely satisfied yet. That's it. I haven't had enough yet. What about the future of the warrior and the princess together? This is a movie. This is 2F** King satisfying. The Wang family is too despicable. I will definitely break off relations with the Wang family. That's right, there's also Nangong. Pa! Shut up. Do you want to F** King die? These people with poor spiritual lives had never thought of such a wonderful entertainment experience. This was like a top-grade hallucinogen. Once you started using it, you could not quit. These movies would also have some subtle effects on people. For example, the main character was based on Chu Tian, portraying a strong, powerful, and responsible warrior. Now that the real Chu Tian was standing in front of them, people could not help but compare him to the main character in the movie, so they immediately felt much more pleasing to the eye. By the same logic, even though Wang Tu and Zuyen weren't the ultimate villains, they were selfish, insensitive, and even tried to harm the main character multiple times. This caused the others to be extremely furious, and there were even many people who started cursing them on the spot. There were even some who spoke rudely. People were deeply addicted to the movie. They began to worry. What if they could not see more movies in the future? After all, a movie required a lot of investment, and it looked like there would not be any profits in the short term. Chu Tian walked up to the stage with a face full of smiles and said to everyone, "Everyone, the screening has ended. I wonder if everyone is satisfied with it?" Chu Tian is too handsome. A beautiful, noble girl shouted, "You are now my idol!" A young master then shouted, "Are you still going to make this movie? Just one movie is not enough to satisfy me. I like to use the princess. If you are willing to continue, this old man can sponsor it." A white-bearded old man stood up and said, "I will sponsor 10 million gold coins. I'll sponsor 5 million. I'll sponsor 2. The enthusiasm of the people far exceeded Chu Tian's imagination. It was the result that Chu Tian wanted to see. Chu Tian took out a megaphone and shouted, "Everyone, don't be anxious. Miracle Commerce is a conscientious and responsible merchant association. Since we have chosen to start, we will naturally do well and continue. So, don't worry, we will continue to produce movies and dramas to satisfy the spiritual entertainment of the people of Southern Xia." All right. You are indeed a good young man. The nobles were very satisfied with Chu Tian's answer and were full of praise for Chu Tian. They were finally satisfied as they bid farewell to the Southern Summer King. The Southern Summer King had a thoughtful expression. "What do the three of you think?" For miracle commerce to have such technology, it would be a terrifying way to earn money. Looking at it now, charging 20 gold coins for each viewing doesn't seem like a lot. But people have forgotten a problem. With miracle commerce's ambition, would they only promote it in Imperial City? If they built 1 or 2 theaters in each of the 8 states' main cities, their income would increase by 4 or 5 times. Not to mention they would be able to enter each city. The refined ruler said this and looked at the source energy food in front of him. Not to mention that the theater would come with other expenses, so the benefits would be hard to imagine. The calm martial ruler gave a soft evaluation. This kind of video recording technology has a good future. It can not only be used for entertainment. That's right, the refined ruler said in a strange voice. Chu Tian is using these movies to brainwash people, creating a glorious and great image of himself, as well as tarnishing his enemies. Today he is talking about the Wang family and the Nangong family's officials, but tomorrow he will even talk about the 3 of us, even the Southern Summer King. The calm martial ruler knit his brows. I'm not talking about this. But he indeed has this kind of skill. The refined ruler said this before suddenly stopping. Burning Sun ruler, what do you think? The refined ruler's thoughts. The Burning Sun ruler was filled with rage. With his fiery temper, how could he tolerate this kind of thing happening? Who would have thought that the Burning Sun ruler would be stunned? It took a while for him to react, but he only said 2 words. Good, not bad. This movie is a bit interesting. Even this old man is a bit fascinated by it. The refined ruler stared at him. Can't you see that Chu Tian is using this chance to humiliate your Nangong family? Zhuo Yan does not represent the Nangong family. The Burning Sun ruler seemed to become very open at this time. This movie has its own unique points. This ruler feels that it should be properly promoted. Humph! Southern Xia is being oppressed by the Warhounds tribe. How can the people enjoy themselves? The refined ruler was very dissatisfied. Once this movie becomes popular, my Southern Xia people will be bewitched by it and will chase after pleasure. If this goes on, the country will fall. How will we fight against the Warhounds tribe? The refined ruler's words are wrong. The calm martial ruler opened his mouth to say, if this movie can be properly guided, not only will it not lead to an extravagant lifestyle, it will also lead to a loyal and courageous spirit. You guys should stop arguing. The Southern Summer King impatiently said, no matter what, the story is not bad. Since it has appeared, it has its value. However, it cannot be without a bottom line. This king will impose some regulations and will not allow people or families to be tarnished. The refined ruler could not understand what the Southern Summer King was thinking. Didn't this king hate Chu Tian? Now that Chu Tian's influence and power was about to expand, he was actually indifferent to this. This did not match the Southern Summer King's personality. Let this king consider this matter before making a decision. The 3 rulers can leave. After the Southern Summer King sent the 3 rulers away, he said to the guard beside him, have Haren come to the palace to see me. Ah, the guard said in a surprised voice, the prince is in closed-door cultivation. Closed-door cultivation. Closed-door cultivation. You only know how to cultivate all day. Even your brain has become stupid. What use is there in having a high cultivation base? The calm martial ruler's cultivation base is higher than this king's. But isn't the one to sit on the throne in the end still this king? The Southern Summer King was a bit dissatisfied. Have him come out. Yes. The Southern Summer King slightly stroked his beard and revealed a pondering look. Haren hated being interrupted in his daily cultivation, so he would definitely teach Chu Tian a lesson this time. This was perfect. He would let Chu Tian taste a bit of suffering. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how high Imperial City was. After the premiere ended, the 4 theaters were filled with excitement. When people left the theaters, the entire Imperial City was filled with excitement. This kind of surging enthusiasm spread like a fire, affecting the entire imperial city. People were curious, and people liked to follow the crowd, especially the news that the Southern Summer King had brought the three rulers and several dozen other large characters to watch the movie produced by Miracle Commerce. This celebrity effect caused a sensation. The effect was like a bucket of oil being poured on this fire. Even the Southern Summer King said it was good, so how could it not be good? The three rulers had personally come to watch it, so how could they not watch it? Miracle Commerce's broadcast station spread the news, causing the entire city to be filled with excitement. There were even situations where it was hard to get a ticket. Those VIP seats that were sold through bidding were sold for hundreds of thousands of gold coins each. The theater closed late into the night. There was not a single empty seat in the entire day. That night, Miracle Commerce held an emergency meeting. Meng Yingying listed the results of the day, and her mouth almost crooked from smiling. Today we sold over 5-6 million gold coins and spent over 20 million gold coins in the theater. Today's revenue is at least 25 million gold coins. My God, this is 10 times more than we expected. The king booked the theater for 10 times the price, and adding in the nobles watching, it greatly increased the spending, so it is normal for it to be a bit higher. Meng Qingguo did not care about this small profit. Now that Miracle Commerce had enough funds, she was not in a rush to recover the cost. There are too few theaters right now, so I'm prepared to wait for more theaters. We need to build more theaters. Chu Tian expressed his agreement. In truth, it was not important how much money they made right now. The most important thing was that Chu Tian wanted to see this method of entertainment spread and the impact it would have in southern Xia. How about this? We'll make a special batch of souvenirs. Chu Tian thought about it and said, we'll use the discs, magnetic sound discs, phonographs, and light and shadow mirrors to make a special device for playing movies. Chu Tian closed his eyes and thought for a few seconds. We'll call this a video player. The discs recorded live video, and the light and shadow mirrors were mirrors that could play the video. Chu Tian wanted to make a special device. This device had the function of a phonograph and could also play the video. Once this device came out, they only needed to insert the discs and magnetic sound discs together, and they would be able to play the video normally. Now, with the popularity of the Scarlet Blood War, there were many nobles who wanted more and would definitely want to buy a copy for their collection. Those smart merchants would even buy it and bring it to other cities to make a profit. In short, they would be able to expand the influence of Miracle Commerce. This would also be a large source of income for the movies. After they confirmed this idea, they immediately notified Gu Qianqiu and had the research facility immediately make it. The 4 technologies were quite mature, and they just needed to combine them together. With the research capabilities of the Imperial City Research Facility, this was not a difficult matter at all. Chairman, there is someone outside asking to see you. Who is it? I don't know, but this person has the king's token, so he might be the Southern Summer King's person. The Southern Summer King's person? Then let him come in. Chu Tian was very busy, and he was too lazy to see normal people. Since he was sent by the Southern Summer King, he would give the Southern Summer King some face. A person wearing a black cloak walked in. When he saw Chu Tian, he took off his cloak and revealed a chiseled face. His eyes were like stars, and he had a dignified appearance. His skin was a bit dark and bronze, and he had a bit of a beard. It seemed like he did not like to maintain his appearance, but he was very young, around 27 or 28 years old. You are Chu Tian. This black-robed young man looked over Chu Tian with an expressionless face as he softly said, I am called Dongfang Haoren. You are Dongfang Haoren? The others were shocked. Chu Tian did not know this Dongfang Haoren, but since he was surnamed Dongfang, he must be from the Dongfang family. Could this Dongfang Haoren be very famous in the Dongfang family? Actually, Chu Tian did not know that Dongfang Haoren was not very famous. Rather, he was very, very famous. He was a prince and the son most favored by the Southern Summer King, Dongfang Hao. He had a large chance of inheriting the throne in the future. Dongfang Haoren's innate talent was very strong, reaching the ninth awakened soul layer before he was 30 years old. Therefore, he and the Wang family's young master were known as the imperial city's twin prides. This title was around the same as the central state for young masters, showing the position these two had in the imperial city's younger generation. No one thought that Dongfang Haoren would personally come. What did he want? Chapter 297. Dongfang Haoren was the most valued prince of the Dongfang family, growing up with a golden spoon in his mouth. First of all, fate had blessed him with an outstanding talent that was not inferior to Central State's Chu Xinghe. With the Dongfang family's deep background, Dongfang Haoren was one of the most important descendants. Dongfang Haoren was only a few years older than Chu Xinghe, but his cultivation base surpassed Chu Xinghe's by a large amount. Ninth awakened soul layer. With this kind of strength at such a young age, it made those 70-80-year-old seniors who had been famous for a long time blush with shame. With the full support of the Dongfang family, it would be hard to estimate his future growth. Becoming a true spirit realm expert was a sure thing, and he would be the pillar of the Dongfang family for the next generation. Not only did Dongfang Haoren have an outstanding talent, he was also a famous cultivation maniac in Imperial City. I am Chu Tian. Chu Tian did not care what the other side's identity was. Meng Qingguo knew how strong the prince was, and was afraid that the blabbermouth Chu Tian would anger the other side. So she immediately took the initiative to say, "We didn't know the prince was coming and did not welcome you. I hope the prince won't blame us. Please come in. You don't have the qualifications to speak to me." Dongfang Haoren coldly said to Meng Qingguo. His eagle-like eyes stared at Chu Tian in front of him. "I don't understand. How could Chu Xinghe lose to a person like you?" Meng Qingguo revealed a trace of embarrassment with her brows slightly knit. In fact, after coming into contact with so many people, there was no lack of unreasonable people. Those people were completely different from the person in front of them. No matter what their attitude was, when they looked at Meng Qingguo, most of them were filled with naked possessiveness. Only this Dongfang Haoren did not place Meng Qingguo in his eyes at all. It was like Meng Qingguo was a wooden doll that did not attract him at all. Dongfang Haoren softly said, "Since you can defeat Chu Xinghe, that means you are not a normal person. Why are you wasting your energy on useless things and wasting your talent on these meaningless things?" This kind of attitude was too pretentious. Chu Tian looked at the somewhat stiff prince in front of him. He saw that he had a serious expression on his face, without any expression, as if he was looking down on Chu Tian. Dongfang Haoren already knew Central State, Chu Xinghe, and felt that Chu Xinghe was not weaker than him. Only in comparison, he was older by 4 or 5 years, and his family was stronger, so his cultivation was far above Chu Xinghe's. If Chu Xinghe came to Imperial City in the future, Chu Xinghe would definitely be valued with his abilities. At that time, large amounts of resources would be given to him, and Chu Xinghe would quickly be able to compete with him. This was very important to Dongfang Haoren, other than the Wang family's Wang Tianlong. Dongfang Haoren could not find anyone in the same generation as him. He had high hopes for Chu Xinghe, but who would have thought that Chu Xinghe would be defeated by an upstart? How could this not make Dongfang Haoren feel depressed? Dongfang Haoren did not like Chu Tian's personality. This guy clearly had great talent, but he went to open a merchant association to earn money. He should have been a brilliant cultivator, but he became a powerful businessman, staining himself with the stench of money. "I say, Your Royal Highness," Chu Tian felt strange. "You and I have never had any enmity in the past, so why are you making things difficult for me?" "I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. I just want to warn you that a devout cultivator should focus on cultivation and not engage in some opportunistic business. I advise you to let go of these useless things and grasp your talent and age. It seems like the first prince really doesn't know the suffering of the world." Chu Tian sneered. I want to know how many precious medicines and elixirs the Dongfang family has used on you since you started cultivating, and how many resources they have used on you." Dongfang Haoren still said woodenly, "Why are you asking this? Do you think everyone is born into the royal family like you? Don't you need money to buy medicine? Buying resources for free? You don't need money to buy cultivation techniques? The family gives you everything as if it's natural. Do you think that everyone is like you, protected and cherished by countless elders? A flower that grows in a greenhouse, no matter how bright it blossoms, can only be kept in a vase. What qualifications do you have to laugh at the weeds that grow in the wilderness?" Dongfang Haoren's face sunk. This was the first time someone had called him a flower in a greenhouse. Dongfang Haoren gave a cold laugh. "You think I'm inferior to you?" Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't say that. If the prince thinks like that, then it's not wrong." Meng Qingwu's brows jumped up. This isn't good. This prince was clearly a one-track-minded person. Now that he was provoked by Chu Tian, it would be strange if he didn't explode. "Good, very good. The Dongfang family's reputation cannot be insulted." Dongfang Haoren's eyes revealed a trace of anger. "Since you said this, you should have considered the consequences. This is Miracle Commerce's headquarters," Meng Qingwu quickly said. "Does the prince want to bully the weak?" "No, I just want to have a fair fight." Dongfang Haoren coldly said, "I'll suppress my cultivation base to the same realm as yours to fight you. I want to see just how tenacious the weeds that grow in the cracks of the rocks are. Of course, you can choose not to fight. I won't make it hard for a coward." "Who dares challenge boss?" Chu Tian didn't even have time to speak before a shout came from the distance. Two figures quickly charged out. It wasn't anyone else. It was Meng Yingying and Nan Gongyin. Nan Gongyin held a large hammer in her hand, her face filled with ferocity as she walked out. "If you want to challenge our boss, you have to defeat me first. You're Nan Gongyin." Dongfang Haoren had completely forgotten about coming to find Chu Tian. When he heard about a fight, he became very excited. "I heard that you have some skills. I hope you don't disappoint me." Nan Gongyin looked over, and Chu Tian nodded in confirmation. "Then have a taste of this ant's strength." Nan Gongyin fiercely leapt out, and when she took a second step, the entire floor was shattered. She had already burst out at full speed. "Eat my hammer first." Such explosive power, such a strong destructive power. Dongfang Haoren had already suppressed his cultivation base to the same level. He didn't dare be careless in this situation. A purple energy came out of his body and gathered in his hands. "Dong!" Nan Gongyan's hammer slammed down. The purple energy in Dongfang Haoren's hands condensed into a giant hammer that was completely made of energy. It instantly blocked Nan Gongyan's hammer, and the fierce heat melted the ground around them. The two hammers collided again. An explosion rang out. The ground caved in, and the two of them both took several steps back. Nan Gongyan suffered a bit more, but Nan Gongyan had the diamond body level diamond immortal body, so she didn't fear this bit of impact. Dongfang Haoren's face sank. Nan Gongyan, who wasn't famous in Imperial City, actually had this kind of strength? Although Dongfang Haoren had suppressed his cultivation base, Dongfang Haoren was confident that he wouldn't meet a match at the same level. Even if he fought someone a level higher, he still had a chance of winning. Nan Gongyan's position in the Nangong family was very low, so her cultivation of the burning the heavens art was not high. Dongfang Haoren was the complete opposite. His position in the Dongfang family was very high, and the grand spirit art he cultivated had almost reached the perfection realm. Equal? Although Dongfang Haoren's attack power was a bit stronger, Nan Gongyan seemed to have cultivated some kind of protective secret technique, so neither side received any real injuries. "Your strength isn't bad," Dongfang Haoren coldly said, "but it's only SOSO." Nan Gongyan was instantly enraged, raising her large hammer and wildly smashing it down. Dongfang Haoren was very fast, and the purple hammer turned into a spear. nimbly circling around Nan Gongyen's body. It was like a cunning and ruthless viper that suddenly pounced forward to bite. If you have the skills, then don't dodge. The huge hammer that was surrounded by raging flames suddenly rose up with a golden flame. This flame was completely different from before. When Nan Gongyen swung it out, it unexpectedly transformed into a golden fire phoenix in the air. Look at my falling phoenix strike. Under Nan Gongyen's full strength, the golden phoenix fell down like a meteor. This was the divine phoenix flame. Nan Gongyen had grasped a bit of the great Nirvana Heart Sutra. Dongfang Haren was keenly aware that the golden flames were very strong and could not be easily blocked. The spear bounced off the ground, and he quickly retreated. 100 sparrows, rising sun. The moment the golden phoenix fell to the ground, it instantly turned into hundreds of small golden birds that attacked Dongfang Haren. Grand spirit comes from the east. Dongfang Haren's spear shot out from his hand. It turned into a purple cloud in midair and blocked the golden birds. At this time, a person charged out from the purple cloud, raising a giant hammer with both hands. Countless golden birds chased after him and condensed into flames on the hammer. Not long after, Nan Gongyen's hammer turned into a golden flame hammer. This old lady doesn't believe that I can't smash you to death. Nan Gongyen was prepared to make a move, but Chu Tian noticed something. Stop! Dongfang Haren's body released a purple glow that covered his body, forming a layer of armor. In an instant, Dongfang Haren turned into a metal knight. His left hand held a shield and his right hand held a sword. This was the Dongfang family's source spirit? This was a source spirit with a transformation effect. According to different situations, the source spirit could change into different weapons. When the giant hammer came crashing down, it slammed into the shield and the shield was shattered to pieces. At the same time, a strong energy bounced back at Nan Gongyen and blew her away. At the same time, Dongfang Haren threw out his sword and it hit Nan Gongyen in midair. This is bad. Meng Yingying and Meng Qingwu's expressions fell, and they wanted to go save her. In the end, Nan Gongyen's body was covered in golden flames, and she fell to the ground like a phoenix, igniting her surroundings. When she stood up, the wounds on her body were strangely burning, especially the wound on her abdomen that was stabbed by the sword. Golden flames kept coming out of it. What was even more strange was that these wounds were quickly recovering. Dongfang Haren was completely stunned. What kind of cultivation technique was this? How could it be this strong? I was too careless. Again, Nan Gongyen knit her brows. She had consumed most of her spirit energy. The great Nirvana scripture was not only for fighting, it could also heal her injuries, but it consumed too much energy. All right, Nan Gong, you can leave. Chu Tian personally walked forward. Now I'll play with you. Chapter 298. The Dongfang family's armament spirit was a very special and rare source spirit. It did not have a fixed form, but it could turn into various armors and weapons. This also meant that the Dongfang family soldiers could adapt to any kind of battle. Spear techniques, sword techniques, and saber techniques, they could all be used flexibly. Although the increase in strength of the cultivation technique was not as high as a single sword or saber cultivator, it was more flexible, so it was very hard to deal with. When Dongfang Haren was facing Nan Gongyen's wild attack, he had immediately turned into a defensive state. Adding in the high-level shield skill he had cultivated, he could create a layer of radiation while defending, forcefully reflecting the attack back to the opponent. This kind of defensive cultivation technique with a reflection effect was a high-level cultivation technique. When a soldier's defense was at its weakest, it was when they were attacking with all their strength. If they could block the attack and reflect a portion of the attack back, they could obtain an unexpected result. The Starlight Immortal Body was this kind of cultivation technique. However, the Starlight Immortal Body's reflection power was limited. It would increase as the cultivation technique increased. At the current stage, unless it was Meng Inying's mirror source spirit amplification or special equipment amplification, the reflection power could not compare to Dongfang Haren's move. Nan Gongyan's hammer slammed down. It was equivalent to slamming into her own body. This kind of reflection power was over 80%. It was a very, very terrifying defensive technique. Dongfang Haren calmly countered with a counterattack, heavily injuring Nan Gongyun in one fell swoop. But Dongfang Haren was not feeling good either. Nan Gongyan's strength was too strong. It had actually shattered the armament source spirit shield. A portion of the power fell onto his body, which was enough to injure him. This woman was very strong. She could even fight against Chu Xinghe. If she was trained and given enough attention, she might become a great opponent for Dongfang Haren. Dongfang Haren was filled with excitement. His heart was filled with excitement. Meeting an opponent, he would have to compete with her. Nan Gongyan was an opponent worth looking forward to. He hoped that she would become stronger. With a pung sound, that white-clothed youth with a high status took out an ice crystal like treasure soared from his back. He walked out from behind the girls and stood in front of Dongfang Haren like a javelin. "Do you want to rest a bit before fighting?" Dongfang Haren disdainfully said, "This kind of battle isn't anything to me, so why waste time?" Meng Qingguo quickly stopped Nan Gongyun, who was about to explode. Although Dongfang Haren's character was a bit annoying, he was still quite honest. Just the few moves that Nan Gongyan had just exchanged could not affect Dongfang Haren at all. Dongfang Haren's true cultivation was in the 9th awakened soul layer. If he used his full strength, whether it was Nan Gongyan or Chu Tian, they wouldn't even be able to block 1 or 2 moves. Even if Dongfang Haren suppressed his cultivation, his foundation was still there. His incomparably large amount of spirit energy was something that Chu Tian and Nan Gongyan could not compare to. "Then I'll play with you, Your Highness." Chu Tian stretched his neck and arms. "I haven't fought anyone since I came to the capital. I've been holding back for half a month. It's time for me to enjoy myself. I'm afraid that I won't be able to enjoy myself if I end the battle in 2 or 3 moves. Perhaps." Chu Tian was too lazy to say anything else. He instantly activated his sword art and disappeared from the spot. Several sword glows flew out at an unbelievable speed, attacking at almost the same speed. Good sword art. Dongfang Haren had a kind of breathtaking feeling. Not only was this sword art filled with explosive power, it gave the opponent no time to prepare and instantly launched a powerful sneak attack. The most precious thing was that this sword art could not only create a strong burst of power, it also had a strong endurance. It was enough to create a wild storm of attacks and instantly destroy the opponent's defenses. Dongfang Haren did not hesitate at all. Towards all kinds of battles, it was almost an instinct. Large amounts of source spirit came out and purple light covered Dongfang Haren's body, instantly forming an incomparably strong armor. "Dang! Dang!" Chu Tian sent out 2 slashes, creating several shallow sword marks. It was impossible to break through this armor, and it was impossible to break through Dongfang Haren's defense to injure him. This fellow had a very arrogant personality, but he had the capital to be arrogant. Since Chu Tian came to this era, this was the strongest defense he had ever seen. It was not inferior to the diamond body, immortal body at all. Even if Dongfang Haren had a strong defense and was mediocre in other aspects, just this point alone was enough to make him invincible among experts of the same level. It's only this much. Dongfang Haren's source spirit released another wave of energy. This energy condensed in his hands and finally turned into a beautiful wide blade. It was made of pure energy, and the blade was as clear as amethyst, with flames constantly being released from the surface. The mind's eye swept out, locking onto his position. The purple blade slashed out from bottom to top, creating a strong wind. The blade Qi was like a tornado as it flew at Chu Tian. Because Chu Tian had been locked onto by Dongfang Haren's divine sense, no matter how Chu Tian dodged, this attack would still hit him. The expressions of the Meng Qinggu sisters and Nangong Yin slightly changed. Dongfang Haoren had not used his full strength, but the strength of this casual slash was enough to display a strong attack. It was something that geniuses of the same level would find hard to block. When Chu Tian faced this strong attack, he did not panic at all. He did not dodge or defend as he released his sword source spirit. The netherworld sword in his hand was infused with the demon god's sword's power, increasing its might by 10 times. A fierce sword chi soared into the sky, gathering the surrounding netherworld flames and releasing a raging flame slash. A slash came out. The blade chi was completely shattered. The amethyst blade formed from his source spirit was also shattered. Dongfang Haoren was forced back several meters, although there were large amounts of blade chi that fell onto Chu Tian. With Chu Tian's defense, this bit of damage was insignificant. Dongfang Haoren never thought that Chu Tian's sword art would be this sharp. It seemed like it was not a coincidence that this person could defeat Chu Xinghe. Actually, Dongfang Haoren had made a mistake. Chu Tian had indeed defeated Chu Xinghe, but there was a crucial piece of information that he did not know. That was, Chu Tian had not only defeated Chu Xinghe, he had also defeated him in a higher realm. This was not as simple as defeating him. This was a complete suppression. Thinking about it, even if their cultivations weren't the same, Chu Tian could still defeat Chu Xinghe. If their spirit energy was at the same level, would Chu Xinghe have the qualifications to fight against Chu Tian? Dongfang Haoren did not know this, so he issued this kind of challenge. He thought that defeating Chu Tian at the same level was equal to defeating Chu Xinghe. The prince can't block it this quickly. Chu Tian gave several loud laughs. I still have a stronger move that I haven't used yet. Dongfang Haoren saw that on the armor formed from his source spirit, there was an incomparably large sword mark that was burning with blue and white flames. Not only did the source spirit armor not automatically repair itself, the flames were slowly devouring more of it. The Dongfang family's weapon-equipping source spirit had a special characteristic. The energy of the source spirit was constant. If it focused on defense, it would be weak in attack, and if it focused on offense, it would be weak in defense. Therefore, when Dongfang Haoren had just formed his source energy armor, his defense was comparable to the starlight immortal body, and even surpassed it. When Dongfang Haoren came into contact with the armor and condensed it into a long blade, his defense was weakened. This was a defensive and offensive state that could be switched between. This was the Dongfang family strong point, but it was also their limitation. Dongfang Haoren was a bit surprised. The special characteristics of the Dongfang family's source spirit was not a secret. Dongfang Haoren understood his source spirit's characteristics better than anyone else. If Chu Tian could release an even stronger attack, as long as he had a chance, he would be able to shatter his defense in one fell swoop. If you have the skills, then show it. Dongfang Haoren canceled his attack state and prepared to use the same trick, calmly stopping the attack. I want to see how you can break my defense. A sound. All right, I'll do as you wish. The netherworld sword released a ghostly wail, just like the mournful cries of 10,000 ghosts. It covered the entirety of miracle commerce and made everyone feel uneasy. They even began to hallucinate in fear. This time he was going to use the netherworld sword, Art's third move, Netherworld Ghost Slash. This move fully released the weapon spirit's power. Using both energy and spirit to attack, it was the netherworld sword's strongest move. But there were two sides to everything. The weakness of this move was that once the Ghost Slash was used, it would release the netherworld sword's weapon spirit's power. So, when the power of this move ended, the netherworld sword would be weakened for a short period of time, and its battle strength would be greatly affected. Either he didn't use it, or he killed it. Meng Qinggu could see it and said in a serious voice, "They want to decide victory with a single move." Dongfang Haoren could feel the powerful strength released by Chu Tian, so he could deeply understand how terrifying this slash was. He immediately released his source spirit and condensed it into an incomparably large shield. It's this move again. Nan Gongyin had just suffered a loss. So how could she not recognize it? This is bad. The stronger boss attack is, the stronger the backlash will be. This fellow wants to use calmness to stop the attack, using boss attack to defeat boss. What kind of person was Chu Tian? With such an obvious intention, how could he not see it? Chu Tian was still releasing all his strength, not having any thoughts of stopping at all. What was he thinking? Dongfang Haoren was very curious, but he was filled with anticipation and excitement. Come, let me see your strongest move. As you wish. Chu Tian's body was covered in flames as he charged out like a meteor, netherworld, ghost slash. When the netherworld sword slashed out, the air was distorted by the dense energy. A jet black sword glow slammed into the shield. A strong energy was reflected from the shield, slamming into the other side's body. Finally, under the incomparably strong sword pressure, the shield slowly shattered. A terrifying energy passed through the shield and fell onto Dongfang Haoren's body. Dongfang Haoren spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, falling into the distance like a kite with its string cut. This Dongfang Haoren really was a blockhead. He didn't release his full strength at this time and allowed the sword chi to heavily injure him. However, most of the netherworld ghost slash's power was reflected. When Chu Tian slashed the shield, it was instantly torn to pieces. The girls all cried out in shock. Dongfang Haoren wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he revealed a look of disbelief. Was Chu Tian a madman? He actually wanted to use this kind of suicidal method to defeat him? This was just a normal competition. Did he need to go all out like this? But the next scene shocked everyone once again. After Chu Tian was torn apart, there was no scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Instead, he turned into a large pile of flames. When these flames condensed, they had already turned into a tall and fierce flame demon. It was the weapon spirit, Netherworld. While Chu Tian was cultivating the Netherworld flame sword, Chu Tian had constantly improved it, even being able to summon the weapon spirit. So when he used the Netherworld Ghost Slash, it was completely different from the original. In the original Netherworld Flame Sword, this slash used all of the Netherworld Sword's power. Once it was used up, the Netherworld Sword would fall into a weakened state. After Chu Tian modified it, he released the weapon spirit along with the power, letting the weapon spirit use the Netherworld Sword to complete the terrifying Netherworld Ghost Slash. The weapon spirit could also recover most of the power and condense itself outside the sword. The rebound force shattered the demon Hades. This flame demon had an elemental body, so it wouldn't be affected by his own power. This rebound force was meaningless to Hades. Instead, it returned all the power it released to him. What cultivation technique is this? Dongfang Haoren was completely stunned. It's still too early to be shocked. Chu Tian formed a seal with his hands, Netherworld. Use the flame demon transformation. Yes, master. Netherworld suddenly covered Chu Tian's body. After he and the weapon spirit became one, he turned into an incomparably tall demon. An evil and cold aura suddenly covered the entire Miracle Commerce headquarters. This power almost made Dongfang Haoren collapse. This already far surpassed the might of the illustrious Soul Realm. Prince, you're right. After Chu Tian turned into the incomparably tall flame demon, he looked down at Dongfang Haoren. A battle that can be finished in 2-3 moves, it really can't satisfy me. Chapter 299. When Dongfang Haoren and Chu Tian were fighting, the Southern Summer King was anxiously meeting with his ministers in the royal palace, discussing the issue of deploying troops to the border. He had absolute confidence in his son. Dongfang Haoren had a straightforward personality, reaching the 9th awakened soul layer at the age of 27. In all of southern Xia, only Wang Tianlong could compare to him. If he could use this chance to teach Chu Tian a lesson, that would be the best result. Who didn't know Dongfang Haren's personality? The calm martial ruler and the great scholar had nothing to say. The calm martial ruler reported to the Southern Summer King, "There have been some abnormalities in the war Hound's Plains recently." This kind of news came every other day, so the Southern Summer King did not care about it. He was thinking about the matter with Chu Tian, so he casually asked, "They've been fighting with each other these past few years. When have they ever been normal?" The calm martial ruler replied, "In the Warhound's Plains, there is a Hell Song tribe. This tribe has a large influence in the Warhound's Plains, so they have always been this ruler's focus. However, in the past few months, this ruler has lost contact with the nearby spies. Isn't this a bit strange?" The refined ruler said with a bit of contempt, "The Warhound's tribe's scouting abilities are very strong, so it isn't strange for a few spies to die. My people have been in contact with the Hell Song tribe's people, secretly bribing several middle-level members of the Hell Song tribe to do business with them. If there is any special situation, they will naturally bring the news back. The calm martial ruler is worrying too much. Although it isn't strange for a few spies to die, losing contact with them all at once is a bit strange. Your information is obtained through benefits, so it is hard to tell if it is real or fake. It might not be accurate, but it could be a fog that they are purposely throwing out." The calm martial ruler asked the Southern Summer King. This ruler is willing to personally lead a scouting team to the Warhound's Plains to investigate. The Warhound's tribe has many internal conflicts. The calm martial ruler's prestige has shaken the Warhound's Plains. So once you enter the Warhound's Plains, it will cause these fellows to work together and cause Southern Xia to fall into danger. So let them continue fighting each other. In Southern Xia's frontline army, I can see that the Battle Dragon army isn't far, so let them go to investigate. There is no need for the calm martial ruler to personally make a move. This was also true. The calm martial ruler's identity was very sensitive, and it could alert the Warhound's tribe. Before the others could express their opinions, a royal knight rushed forward. "Your Majesty, it's not good. Something has happened at the Miracle Commerce headquarters. His Highness, the eldest prince, and Chu Tian are fighting." "Oh, they're fighting? What's going on?" The Southern Summer King revealed a look of ridicule, but he quickly hid it and pretended to be surprised as he said, "Why are the two of them fighting? How are your injuries?" The paladin said with a strange expression, "His injuries are not light. He won't be able to recover in a short period of time." "I'm afraid." "All right, it's fine as long as you're not dead." Nowadays, young and hot-blooded juniors like to spar with each other because they're not convinced of each other's superiority. Isn't that normal? Southern Xia has always been a martial country. Otherwise, how could they have fought against the Warhounds for so many years? The Southern Summer King did not care at all and was secretly laughing in his heart. "You can leave. This king will naturally deal with this matter later." This was the consequence of being too flamboyant. He was borrowing Haren's hand this time to give him a small warning. If he didn't learn to be smart in the future, it would not be as simple as a small warning. The royal knight had a face of shock. "Your Majesty, but..." "Enough. Could it be that this king wants to personally mediate a fight between young people?" The Southern Summer King gave a cold snort. "What a joke! Everyone understands Haren's personality. Although he is addicted to martial arts, he will not force others to compete with him. Since it is a fair duel between both sides, he should be prepared to be injured if he loses." Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Dongfang Haren's personality was very famous in Imperial City. This fellow was addicted to martial arts, finding people to fight all day long. Although it was like this, his martial arts was not bad and he would not force others to fight with him. Since Dongfang Haren was fighting with Chu Tian would definitely agree to the challenge. According to the customs of Southern Xia, in a duel, one's death was up to the heavens and others were not allowed to interfere. The royal knight's expression became more and more strange. "Although it's like this, I ask your majesty to quickly arrange a healer, otherwise. The Southern Summer King impatiently waved his hand. Miracle commerce is this rich. There is no need for this king to arrange it. Let them handle it themselves. The royal knight's eyes opened wide, and he finally couldn't help it. Your majesty is wrong. The one heavily injured is the prince. Pah! The armrest of the Southern Summer King's throne was crushed, like someone had slapped him in the face. His tiger eyes popped out, and he loudly roared, "What did you say? Harren is injured. How is this possible?" The royal knight quickly kneeled down. The prince ran to Miracle Commerce's headquarters to challenge Chu Tian, but in the end he was beaten down by Chu Tian several times and was heavily injured. Now many people have seen this. If your majesty does not go, the prince will be in danger. Bastard! The Southern Summer King's hair almost stood up. How could this be? His most important son had actually been heavily injured by Chu Tian in front of countless people. Once this matter was spread through Imperial City, the royal family would lose all face. But how did this happen? This was simply impossible. Damn! That bastard Chu Tian! My king, please calm your anger. Gu Qianqiu suppressed a smile as he stood up and said, My southern Xia is a country of martial arts, leaving life and death to the heavens in a fair duel. We can't take our anger out on Chu Tian just because the prince was injured by Chu Tian. This is what my king has just said. Zhao Pu said in a serious voice, This one agrees. As a king, we must uphold this principle. The Southern Summer King's face was filled with shame. It was hard to get off at this moment. These words had just been said by him, and if they were overturned, would he still have any face as a king? If this was spread to the ears of the citizens tomorrow, they would be dissatisfied with his actions. He could only bite the bullet now. Now that things had reached this point, there was no other way. If he did not punish Chu Tian, he would gain a good reputation. You two are worrying too much. Of course this king will not blame Chu Tian. Harren is used to being arrogant, so being taught a lesson this time is a good thing for him. Not only will I not punish him, I will also properly thank Chu Tian. Let's stop discussing today's matters here. The Southern Summer King waved his hand to his left and right. Prepare the carriage. I want to go to Miracle Commerce. The Southern Summer King quickly rode the beast carriage to the Miracle Commerce headquarters. Dongfang Harren's injuries were not serious, but when he saw Chu Tian use the flame demon transformation, Dongfang Harren was not willing to be defeated. So he raised his cultivation to the 7th awakened soul layer. He used his true soul realm strength to fight Chu Tian again. He did not believe it. Chu Tian could fight across realms? This was not just fighting across realms. From the 6th awakened soul layer to the 7th awakened soul layer, this was a large qualitative change. What made Dongfang Harren feel despair was that after using the flame demon transformation, Chu Tian's battle strength had reached the true soul realm. He could easily defeat Dongfang Harren once again. Dongfang Harren had been a genius since he was a child. He had always been the one to defeat people across realms. When had he ever been defeated by someone across realms? The person who defeated him was the Chu Tian he had scolded. Dongfang Harren did not believe it. Was Chu Tian really this strong? Dongfang Harren dragged his heavily injured body and fought with Chu Tian again. This time he released the strength of the 8th awakened soul layer and was finally able to fight evenly with Chu Tian. However, at this time, from a certain place in Miracle Commerce, a cold current was released and a black figure fell from the sky. This person was none other than Chu Tian's personal bodyguard, Chen Bingyu. Chen Bingyu had been in closed-door cultivation ever since she came to Imperial City. After suddenly coming out this time, her strength had made a breakthrough. From her aura, it could be seen that she was in the peak 9th awakened soul layer. Chen Bingyu's cultivation had actually reached the strength of the Southern Summer 8 Marquises. Dongfang Harren almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Bingyu was only around 30 years old. This girl that wasn't that much older than him. this girl that didn't have many resources to raise had actually reached the peak ninth awakened soul layer? How could this not make Dongfang Haran depressed? Who's causing trouble here? Aunt Chen, it's him. Chen Bingyu immediately sent out a snowflake dart that instantly pierced through Dongfang Haran's armor and knocked him back to the ground. This time, Dongfang Haran couldn't stand up. That arrogant and indifferent face was now filled with despair. This group of people were too abnormal. From Nangong Yin to Chu Tian to Qin Bingyu, not a single one of them was easy to deal with. Chu Tian's strength was almost exhausted. He released the flame demon transformation and looked at Dongfang Haran with a smile. How does the first prince feel? It's my loss. Dongfang Haran stood up with difficulty, but don't be too happy. I will definitely win it back. Chu Tian broke out in laughter. I'll wait for you to win against me. A voice came from outside at this time. The Southern Summer King has arrived. The Meng Qinggu sisters, Chen Bingyu, the Miracle Commerce people, and even the crowd watching all revealed shocked expressions. They all bowed down and loudly shouted, "Greetings to our king!" A man wearing a king's robe passed through the crowd and entered Miracle Commerce with a calm expression. He first saw the heavily injured Dongfang Haran, and his face instantly sunk. I told you to do something, so what are you doing? Are you ignoring this king's words? Dongfang Haran quickly lowered his head. Your son knows his mistake. But he then said, this battle was provoked by your son, and I am convinced of my loss. I ask Royal Father to not blame Chu Tian for this. You're still not going back. The Southern Summer King gave a fierce look and had the injured Dongfang Haran leave. Then he took a deep look at Chu Tian. Scholar Chu is truly strong. In all these years, this king has never seen a young man that could make Haran suffer a loss. This was not a compliment. He really had a whole new level of respect for Chu Tian. Not only was this person talented, his battle talent was something normal people could not imagine. If this person grew up in the future, it would be hard to imagine. Chu Tian gave a laugh. The Southern Summer King overpraises me. It was the prince who let this little one win. Since you knew, why did you still heavily injure him? The prince's strength is deep and his temperament is as violent as fire, so this little one did not dare hold back. This accidental injury was purely an accident. Chu Tian helplessly shrugged. The Southern Summer King has graced us with his presence. Please come to my humble home. This one will serve wine as an apology. The Southern Summer King also knew this matter could not be used to deal with Chu Tian, and he had something he needed to cooperate with Chu Tian, so he could only swallow this anger. All right, then let this king have a taste of Miracle Commerce's wine. Chapter 300. The Southern Summer King had to admit that he had greatly underestimated Chu Tian. If this kind of person could be used by Southern Xia, then he would become a pillar of the country. On the contrary, if he could not be controlled, then he would become the center of chaos. He was now faced with two choices. The first choice was to suppress Chu Tian before he matured. The second choice was to give Chu Tian a helping hand before he matured. The Southern Summer King's personality clearly leaned towards the first choice. The Southern Summer King liked absolute control and did not want any uncontrollable factors to appear. He would rather tear down a large tree that could become a pillar to prevent this tree from growing too strong and breaking through the palace. The fact was that Chu Tian was not a single person. Miracle Commerce already had a large influence, and not only did it affect the lives of the citizens, there was also a peak ninth awakened soul layer expert, like Qin Bingyu, and a large gang like the Giant Shark Gang. In the center, there was the calm martial ruler and the great scholar. In the lower regions, there was Shen Fengho and the Golden Arrow Marquis. There were too many supporters, and a single move would affect the whole. The most important point was that Southern Xia needed Chu Tian's talent. The secret source energy weapon was something that the Southern Summer King was clear on. Once this weapon was used in the army, Southern Xia's counterattack against the war hounds would be imminent. The Southern Summer King would fulfill the dreams of the previous kings and become the eternal great person of the Dongfang family. There were many other reasons. Chu Tian could not be touched. At least he could not be touched now, and he could only think of a way to keep him in check. The Southern Summer King was not an outstanding king, but to be able to sit on the throne for several decades, he was not a normal person. He knew how to control his emotions and knew how important it was to adjust his disgust. He had to look at the big picture first. Chu Tian pretended to drink wine as an apology. Why would this king care about you youngsters competing in martial arts? The Southern Summer King did not seem to care about what had just happened. As long as no lives are lost, competition is the greatest force for progress. This king will not reject it and will instead support it. Scholar Chu is a pillar of the country. Although your personality is a bit more straightforward, your character and habits are trustworthy. This prince will have to rely on you in the future. Do not hold a grudge because of these small matters. Meng Qinggu and her sister heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. Whether it was sincere or perfunctory, since these words were said, the Southern Summer King would not make it difficult for Chu Tian. Good wine, good wine. The Southern Summer King tasted the honey wine and praised, Scholar Chu is not only a genius, I never thought you would be so good at brewing wine. This prince is a good-for-nothing prince. If I had half of your ability, the Dongfang family would have a successor. Chu Tian chuckled and said, the first prince is exceptionally talented. Why would my king say such a thing? Oh, is that so? The Southern Summer King put down his wine cup and looked at Chu Tian with a deep and serious gaze. This king wants to hear, what do you think of Howren? This was a question that required a lot of knowledge. But Chu Tian did not think too much about it and honestly replied, the first prince is worthy of being the pillar of the country. The Southern Summer King said in a thought-provoking voice, your meaning is that Howren is suitable to be the second calm martial ruler and is not suitable to be the Southern Summer King? This was the truth. Dongfang Howren's personality was closer to the calm martial rulers. Forget it. There's no need to mention this matter. The others could not guess what the Southern Summer King was thinking. He did not seem to care about Chu Tian's evaluation and changed the topic. Miracle Commerce's movie is not bad, and this king likes it very much, so I want to cooperate with Miracle Commerce to create another movie. The cost of the materials will be paid by the National Treasury, and a satisfactory production fee will be paid to you. The broadcast income will be split equally by Miracle Commerce and the Dongfang family. I wonder, do you have any interest? There was this kind of good thing. These people found it hard to understand. The Southern Summer King was not only providing the materials, he was also paying for the production fee. He only wanted half of the broadcast income, giving all the benefits to Miracle Commerce. What did he mean by this? Chu Tian calmly asked, what is the Southern Summer King's request? One request. The movie's characters and story outline will all be provided by us. Miracle Commerce will only be responsible for the production and distribution. Understood. When he saw the Miracle Commerce movie, he understood the influence it would bring. So he wanted to use this chance to make a promotional film for the royal family, consolidating his family and his own position. The appearance of this custom-made movie was already expected, but he never thought that the first person to ask for cooperation would be the Southern Summer King himself. Of course, this also showed that the Southern Summer King had extraordinary eyes. He knew the value of the movie, so he wanted to be the first to dig it. Because the industry has just started, naturally we will focus on the high-quality route. What is there to worry about? What Miracle Commerce can do, this king can also do. Even during the production process, this king will allow Miracle Commerce's people to join in. What kind of movie does my king want to make? Of course, it will be the rise of the kingdom, as well as the heroic Dongfang family fighting against the warhounds. From the founding of the kingdom to today, it will all be adapted into a series of movies. I suggest it be divided into 10 parts. allowing the glorious image of the Dongfang family to forever remain in people's hearts. But they actually wanted to make a series. This kind of large investment was just for publicity. The Dongfang family's ambitions were not small. Chu Tian looked at Meng Qinggu beside him with an inquiring gaze. This was because, in terms of the company's management, Meng Qinggu had more foresight than Chu Tian. Whether this matter was accepted or not depended on Meng Qinggu's opinion. Meng Qinggu nodded to Chu Tian before saying to the Southern Summer King, "It is Miracle Commerce's honor that we can cooperate with the royal family to produce a movie." All right, the Southern Summer King was very straightforward. This movie will be called The Great Summer Beacon. This king wants to see a soul-stirring historical masterpiece that will be passed down for tens of thousands of years, allowing the Dongfang family's future generations to see the hard work of their ancestors. This cooperation was decided. This matter is decided like this. The Southern Summer King did not plan on staying any longer. This king should go see that useless prince. I'll say goodbye here. Sending off my king. Several people cupped their hands and sent off the Southern Summer King with their eyes. Mang Yingying Nangongyin, and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. This was one of the two prides of Imperial City, Dongfang Haren. This was the supreme Southern Summer King of Southern Xia. Mang Yingying felt this was very strange. Why is he completely different from the rumors? That prince looks like a piece of wood, and the king is not as overbearing as the rumors say. Rather, he looks very approachable. Nangongyin also had a deep understanding of this. Meng Qinggu shook her head. Southern Xia is a small country, but to be able to become the king of this country, he must have something special about him. Even the three rulers are respectful to him. So the Southern Summer King is not as simple as you think. Perhaps. In the next 2 days, the 4 theaters were filled with people every day. Everyone was attracted by this complicated, moving, and exciting story, becoming the biggest topic of conversation. The popularity of the Miracle Commerce movie Scarlet Blood War continued to rise because the main character was Chu Tian. It created a storm of fans in Imperial City, especially in the last few days when Chu Tian defeated Dongfang Haren of the two prides of Imperial City. It created an uproar. It made Chu Tian's fame in Imperial City rise once again. His past deeds in Central State were dug up, shocking the Imperial City citizens. Without a doubt, Chu Tian had become the most dazzling star in Imperial City. Countless people worshipped Chu Tian as their idol. Even Meng Yingying was now called the nation's princess by the Imperial City citizens. She was simply the incarnation of a princess, pure, kind, and youthful, causing countless people to crazily chase after her. This was not the only effect brought by the theaters. When the Scarlet Blood War was shown, a series of interesting phenomena occurred in Imperial City. The Nangong family's once majestic minister Yan could not bear the public's attention, so he left Imperial City on his own accord and went to another place to hide. The Wang family was not this lucky. The Wang family's manor was frequently thrown with dung and eggs. Now the Wang family descendants did not dare go out on the streets, afraid of being ambushed or even beaten up. In short, the Wang family, with the history of the old royal family, had deeply felt the hostility of the world in just a few short days. Even if they brought a group of bodyguards, it was useless. The disdainful gazes of the passers-by made them feel uneasy. They could not go on like this. I ask the king to uphold justice for my Wang family. Wang too knelt down to the Southern Summer King and spoke with a face filled with grief and indignation. Although this general is in the wrong, the Wang family is innocent. Our several hundred-year reputation has been destroyed by that brat Chu Tian's movie. My Wang family's battle dragon army has shed blood on the front lines with outstanding military merits. But we are being looked down upon and humiliated in our hometown. It truly chills the hearts of the soldiers. This general strongly requests that the Imperial City's theaters be closed and Miracle Commerce be held accountable. Perhaps Wang too did not know The Southern Summer King was secretly working with Chu Tian to make a movie and was currently preparing to make a movie. So, it was impossible for Wang Tu to stop the movie. The movie's influence is indeed unexpected, but the theaters have already spread throughout the city. If it is closed for this reason, it will cause the citizens to be filled with resentment. At that time, not only will the Wang family not be able to clear their name, this king will also be cursed by tens of thousands of people. Wang Tu righteously said, "The appearance of the movie will corrupt the country. Once the citizens become addicted to the story, they will neglect the Northern War and affect the Southern Summer country's martial spirit. How will we fight against the Warhounds tribe?" Don't worry, General. Don't worry, General. The Southern Summer King seemed like he had already made preparations. This Chu Tian has been in the limelight recently, so this king feels like he should be suppressed a bit. Otherwise, he will get carried away. Wang Tu was filled with joy when he heard this. My king is wise. Wang Tu coming to the palace to complain was completely within the Southern Summer King's expectations. Actually, the night he left Miracle Commerce, the Southern Summer King had already thought of a countermeasure. It would not offend Chu Tian, but it would also dampen Chu Tian's spirit, making him feel restrained. The Southern Summer King finished writing the royal proclamation and stamped it with his royal seal. Then he took out a royal token. Take it. Wang Tu glanced at the contents of the royal proclamation and felt his blood rush to his head. He kneeled down and shouted with a face filled with excitement, "Thank you, my king!" Don't publicize this matter. Quickly take care of it. Understood. Wang Tu was filled with joy as he left the royal palace. The Southern Summer King revealed a strange smile. After thinking for a few seconds, he immediately called over a servant. Send the order. This year's year is approaching, and Southern Xia is becoming stronger. This king has decided to hold a grand royal banquet to celebrate. All the ministers and the leaders of the large families must attend, so there can be no delays. Quickly take care of it. The servants did not ask anything and immediately went to prepare. Chapter 301. With the movies appearing in the past few days, there was a large group of movie fans in Imperial City, making Miracle Commerce the hottest company in Imperial City. Not only did Miracle Commerce have a breakthrough in their business, their internal progress was also very fast. The most pleasant surprise was Qin Bingyu's breakthrough. Even Chu Tian never would have thought that Qin Bingyu would have a breakthrough this quickly. This meant that Chu Tian would have a bodyguard that was not inferior to the Southern Summer 8 Marquises, adding in the 18 divine bloodying corpses in his hands. The number of people that could move against Chu Tian could be counted on one hand. In order to celebrate this large matter, Chu Tian personally went to celebrate Qin Bingyu's success. Meng Qingguo was sitting in her office. The warm sunlight passed through the window and fell onto the white, clothed beauty. That neatly tied-up hair, that beautiful face without a single flaw, that elegant and noble temperament. Even the harshest eyes could not find a single flaw on this woman. This was simply the incarnation of a perfect goddess. Meng Qingguo was the true manager of the company. She could not be as carefree as Chu Tian. She was currently reviewing the recent financial statements, calculating the latest growth data, and making plans for the next step. They had spent quite a bit of money recently. The theater system and various other investments had used at least 200-300 million. But Miracle Commerce's financial situation was still very relaxed. Whether it was talismans, pills, food, or supplies, they were all growing at a rapid pace. Even Miracle Broadcasting and Qilin Hall's income were increasing. Miracle Commerce's business, other than the theater's temporary loss, had maintained a shocking growth rate, surpassing their expectations every month. This was also the reason why Miracle Commerce could quickly rise. Meng Qingguo was a very cautious and meticulous woman. Although Miracle Commerce was very rich, Meng Qingguo was not satisfied with the current situation. The several hundred million in cash was her ammunition for expansion. How to carefully use them to earn more benefits was Meng Qingwu's responsibility and also a way to show her value. Chu Tian was this powerful. If she couldn't play her role, how could the vice chairman feel at ease? Meng Qingwu had always been very grateful to Chu Tian. If it wasn't for Chu Tian, not to mention today's glory, it would have been a problem for her to continue standing in Tiannan City. Chu Tian had promoted them. So what else could Meng Qingwu do other than work hard to repay Chu Tian? Was she going to devote her life to him? Pooh, what are you thinking about? After Meng Qingwu considered it carefully, she suddenly drew a line with her pen. The reserve funds were divided into 3 parts, and she wrote a plan. The first sum of money would be invested in the Research Institute to continue perfecting the technology of miracle commerce. The second sum of money was used to expand. In addition to increasing the investment in movies and dramas, a large number of people with special talents were recruited from the public. They began to establish the group's henchmen, the Chu men, to reserve more talents and more experts for miracle commerce. The third sum of money was used to invest in strength. Meng Qingwu started to use miracle commerce's channels to collect natural treasures and various cultivation materials from all over the country, especially the materials that contain the power of the stars. They would support the Starlight Immortal Body cultivation of the Miracle Commerce high-level members. Meng Qingwu carefully considered the details and immediately sent them out. Meng Qingwu continued to look through the other materials, which were the details of the various departments. Meng Qingwu personally managed Miracle Commerce's advertising revenue had doubled, and Meng Yingying was in charge of the food and beverage department. What surprised Meng Qingwu the most was that Nan Gongyin was in charge of Chilinhall, and there was a shocking matter that happened recently. The eldest prince had publicly joined Chilinhall. This Dongfang Haren was quite broad-minded. He had been heavily injured a few days ago, but not only did he not think about taking revenge, he actually joined the training hall to study. Among the younger generation of large families, there were very few people like Dongfang Haren. This was a chance. Meng Qingwu decided to use this chance to hype things up. Dongfang Haren's status was not low. If he joined Chilinhall, it would be a good chance for Miracle Commerce to consolidate. They could even use Chilinhall to directly absorb him into the company. As for whether Chilinhall could keep Dongfang Haren, there was no need to worry about this at all. Most of Chilinhall's information was personally organized by Chu Tian. For a martial arts fanatic like Dongfang Haren, as long as he went there once, it would be like he was addicted to hallucinogens. Wasn't Qin Bingyu like this in the past? Dongfang Haren joining Chilinhall was a warm-up, and he also announced the matter of cooperating with the royal family to produce a movie. At that time, the entire city would be discussing this, guessing the relationship between the royal family and Miracle Commerce. This was beneficial to Miracle Commerce. Speaking of the movie with the Southern Summer King, Meng Yingying had already brought people to prepare for the production. The materials used for the movie would be paid for by the National Treasury, so it was a business that would not lose anything. Meng Qingwu was not satisfied with this. At this time, a voice came from the door. Chairman Han of the Flame Rose Commerce requests an audience. She finally came. Meng Qingwu's lips curled into a smile. The Flame Rose Commerce was a first-rate company in Imperial City, mainly dealing in weapons and armor. Even the Storm Cavalry's equipment was specially made by them. They had several billion in sales each year and were a true large company. When Meng Qingwu arrived in the guest hall, she saw the Flame Rose Commerce's chairman. This was a 40-year-old woman with white skin and a full body, looking like a 16-year-old girl. Because her surname was Han, everyone called her Madame Han. Madame Han personally coming, this is truly a rare guest. Meng Qingwu personally poured a cup of elven green tea for Madame Han. Madame Han looked over Meng Qingwu and gave a heartfelt praise. Young Miss Meng is even more beautiful than I imagined. Truly young and promising. You've only been in Imperial City for 2 months, but your performance is too shocking. What is Madame Han saying? The Flame Rose Commerce is a 50-year-old company. Miracle Commerce does not dare call itself big in front of you. Old and decaying, I can't compare to the rising stars. Meng Qinggu did not beat around the bush and took the initiative to ask, Madame Han is too modest. You're here for... I have a win-win plan. Is little sister Qinggu interested? There's no harm in saying it. Today I'm going to personally watch the movie. The charm of this movie cannot be compared to any other form of entertainment. It will definitely become popular in Imperial City and Southern Xia. I think that since the movie is so popular, why don't we fully exploit its profit potential? I have an idea. In the next movie, most of the characters will be wearing the Flame Rose style equipment and will also have the logo of the company. Meng Qinggu deliberately frowned as if she was in a difficult position. Relax, we will not interfere with any of the productions. In any case, the story is about soldiers and soldiers. Soldiers need equipment, right? Madame Han increased her bargaining chip and said, as long as the Han family's weapons and equipment can be implanted, I am willing to sponsor this movie with 20 million. Meng Qinggu suddenly smiled. Madame Han, this matter is not difficult. But 20 million is a bit too little. 20 million was not enough? Madame Han glared at her. It's just adding a few logos and graphics on the armor and weapons. This is as easy as lifting a finger for you. Even if that's the case, it will have a great advertising effect on your company's products. What Madame Han can think of, other merchants will think of sooner or later. Do you think just 20 million is enough to compete? How much do you want? At least 100 million. Madame Han was shocked. She really dared to ask for such an exorbitant price. 20 million gold coins was a lot, but Meng Qinggu asked for 100 million. Just by adding a few logos, she could recoup more than half of the cost of making a movie. This was too good at making money. 100 million is too high. Madame Han had a bitter expression. This is a new thing. Who doesn't know how effective it will be? With such a high price, if it doesn't achieve the desired effect, then we will really lose everything. At most 50 million, no more. Meng Qinggu calmly said with a smile, actually, I am preparing to hold an investment fair and look for business partners to cooperate with us. Miracle Commerce is planning to build theaters in other cities, so the power of this advertisement is very strong. I think many people will be interested in this, and if Madame Han thinks the price is too high, there will naturally be others who will bid for it. Madame Han wanted to cry, 80 million? This is already the limit. Meng Qinggu took a sip of tea and slowly said, I can reveal a secret piece of information in advance. Miracle Commerce will cooperate with the Southern Summer King to make a movie about the rise and fall of the kingdom. There will be scenes of tens of thousands of soldiers fighting and a powerful army. Moreover, this movie will be collected by the Southern Summer King and become a masterpiece of Southern Summer. Do you think a price of 100 million is too high? I might as well tell Madame Han that this is only the current price. With more theaters and more influence, this price will change. The younger generation will surpass the older. Madame Han finally gave up. 100 million is 100 million. You have to give us a chance to display our equipment. It's best if you can give us a simple introduction and praise. No problem. The two women reached an agreement and immediately signed the contract. Meng Qinggu revealed a satisfied smile. This great summer beacon had not even started production yet, and they had already received 100 million from the Flame Rose Commerce, as well as a production fee from the king. There would also be ticket sales and additional expenses. This money was truly too easy to earn. Not long after Madame Han left, the other merchants and nobles came one after another. Some wanted to cooperate and some wanted to appear on screen. From logos to advertisements to cosplay and even story customization, there was nothing they couldn't do. Meng Qinggu was right. Miracle Commerce did not need to earn this much money through ticket sales. Looking at the current potential, The movie had not even started production, and they had already received 200-300 million in sponsorship fees. Who dared to say that the theater was not making money? Not only could it make money, it was simply a monster that made money. Meng Qinggu was filled with longing for the future of the theater. This was because before long, all of the major cities of southern Xia would be covered in theaters. That was when Miracle Commerce's money would come rolling in. Meng Qinggu had an even crazier idea. She wanted to create a culture of movies that could be exported to the surrounding countries and other races. This would allow Miracle Commerce's influence to spread even further. Chapter 302. The theaters had already been open for 7-8 days, but the popularity of Imperial City had not decreased at all. Rather, it was becoming more and more popular. There were even nobles, rich people, and merchants from the surrounding cities that came all the way to Imperial City just to personally see this wonderful movie. Imperial City's theaters did not have any empty seats and were filled with people every day. Just the cheap tickets made a lot of money, not to mention the large amount of money spent on the 4 theaters. With the current trend, after a month of screening, even if Miracle Commerce could not recover all of their costs, they would still be able to recover most of their investment. 4. Now there were only 4 theaters. Miracle Commerce had only deployed 4 theaters, and they could achieve such a glorious result if they deployed 8, 16, 32. What about 100? Who said the theaters did not make money? The prospects were clearly very good. This did not even include the other costs. A tall and slender man appeared in King City. He wore a dark green cloak that covered his tall and slender body, and a large hood covered his beautiful face. His dark green hair hung down, soft and smooth. He was very beautiful, and his sleeves were as white as jade. Most women would sigh at his beauty. Aubersen looked at the Imperial City theaters, and his eyes revealed a trace of interest. If someone were to see his true appearance, they would definitely be shocked. This man not only had a beautiful face that would make women jealous, his ears were long and pointed, completely different from humans. There was no doubt. This was an elf. The elven era was older than the spirit beast era. Not only were the elves handsome and elegant, their lifespans were around 8 times longer than humans. The longer the lifespan of a creature, the more they knew how to enjoy life and appreciate art. Each elf was a knowledgeable scholar and a multi-talented artist. There were no known elven kingdoms around southern Xia, so this elf must have coincidentally wandered around southern Xia. When he heard that there was something interesting here, he specially came to take a look. Theaters? Interesting. These greedy and endless humans. There was actually a part of them that had artistic cells. This was truly surprising. Aubersen had already been to many human kingdoms, but the small southern summer country gave him a special feeling. Although it was only a small kingdom, there were many things that even large kingdoms would be surprised by. For example, there were electric lights, source energy pots, loudspeakers, and even radio stations. He really didn't know what was going on. Although the tickets to the theater were sold out in a few days, Aubersen still had a way. The theater had VIP seats that were sold by bidding, and most of the VIP seats were sold for 100,000 gold coins. The deadline for bidding was 3 hours before the screening. Aubersen found the closest one, and there were only 10 minutes left until the bidding deadline. "I need a VIP seat." Aubersen spoke in standard human language. His voice was soft and slightly raised, giving people a noble feeling. His white hand placed several source stones on the table. "Is this enough?" Primordial stones? The staff of Miracle Commerce was shocked. The primordial stone flickered with light. Not only was it extremely pure, but it also contained a large amount of energy. This should be a mid-grade primordial stone. This mid-grade primordial stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade primordial stones, and a low-grade primordial stone was equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. In other words, this place was worth millions of gold coins. It's enough, it's enough. Miracle Commerce did not dare be negligent because most of the people who used source stones to buy tickets were foreign cultivators. not to mention being this generous. I ask Mister to wait a moment. The VIP seats were not the same. Not only was the location very good, it was also a private room. No one would disturb them, and there were attendants on the side. Aubersen walked into the theater and casually ordered a few dishes cooked with source energy. He threw a few mid-grade source stones to them and counted the rest as tips. The attendants almost fainted from happiness. This tip was equivalent to 50 years of their salary. "You can leave, don't disturb me." "Yes, yes." The attendants with faces filled with happiness immediately left. Aubersen picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. His eyes lit up and he was filled with pleasant surprise. Humans could also make this kind of wonderful food? It was not inferior to elven gourmets at all. The small southern summer country was truly a place filled with pleasant surprises. At this time, the giant screen lit up and the movie officially began. First, a loud eagle cry and the sound of the wind came from the speakers in all directions. Together, they intertwined in the theater, and together with the gorgeous scene, it made people feel as if they were in the theater. Interesting, very interesting. Aubersen was instantly attracted by it. No matter what the content was, this scene and this effect, there was nothing to say about it. The story of the movie slowly began to unfold. There were many twists and turns. The main character was smart and witty, the Demon King was evil and cruel, and there was also a simple love story. After many twists and turns, the male and female leads finally lived happily together. Good. This is great. Everyone in the theater began to clap. Aubersen was also very excited. He had traveled to many places, but this was the first time he had seen such a new and interesting thing. It really was not in vain coming to the southern summer country. When everyone was about to leave, the giant screen that had already been extinguished lit up once again. A beautiful and pure girl appeared in the center of the screen. She had a faint smile on her face as she looked at everyone. "Ah, isn't this the princess?" "Stupid, the princess identity is fake. This is the Miracle Commerce executive, Miss Meng Yingying." The elf was also surprised when he saw this. He never thought that this kind of technology would allow him to directly make a video call. "Hello everyone, I am Meng Yingying. It has already been a week since the movie was released, and I would like to thank everyone for supporting Miracle Commerce." The audience broke out in warm applause. This kind of good thing, and it was cheap. How could everyone not support it? Miracle Commerce was truly the most conscientious company in Imperial City. Meng Yingying then said to everyone, "In order to thank everyone for your support, Miracle Commerce has released a souvenir, the video player." After saying this, Meng Yingying moved to the side and revealed a strange device behind her in front of everyone. The screen of this device was very large. It was a 2-meter wide and 1-meter tall image transfer mirror. There were beehive-type loudspeaker clusters installed on the left and right sides, and a layer of black boxes stuck closely to the back. It looked very high-end. This is Miracle Commerce's newest product, the video player. As long as you have this video player, you can play Miracle Commerce's movies and TV series. Currently, the quantity is limited, only 10 a day. We can only sell it through bidding. In the future, after we achieve mass production, we will open it up for sale. Everyone is welcome to buy it. So it was an advertisement. This video player was very tempting. However, there were only 10 of them, which was too little. Imperial City never lacked rich people. Ordinary people didn't even dare think about it, so they could only wait for the public sale to buy it. The elf was very tempted and immediately went to the place to buy it. The 10 video players were already being auctioned off. If they bought the video player this time, they would also be able to receive a free audio disc of the Scarlet Blood War, allowing people to watch movies and TV series anywhere. Moreover, with the video player in hand, if they released more works in the future, they could also buy discs to watch after the screening. Everyone rushed to the auction house, and the bidding immediately began. 500,000. 1 million. I'll bid 5 million. While the faces of countless nobles were turning red, a soft voice suddenly came from the crowd. 100 million! Everyone almost spat out blood. Who the fuck was this? Did he really not treat money as money? Even in a place like Imperial City, 100 million gold coins was not a small number. The Miracle Commerce staff were all stunned. How could there be such a crazy person in this world? Aubersen did not understand the surprise of these humans because to him, 100 million gold coins was not considered much wealth. He walked onto the stage, and the ring on his white finger flashed. Large amounts of source stones fell down like rain, quickly forming a small mountain. Can I take it? Yeet. You can. The Miracle Commerce staff were almost blinded by the pile of source stones. The elf walked in front of a video player and gently waved his hand. The video player continued to shrink until it was sucked into the ring. Storage ring. This is the legendary storage ring. This thing is worth at least several tens of billions of gold coins. Everyone couldn't help being shocked. Storage items were priceless treasures, not to mention a convenient spatial ring. This mysterious fellow not only had a shocking amount of money, he also had a storage ring, so he definitely came from a large kingdom or even higher level place. This was enough to make the people of a small southern summer country feel a deep sense of awe. This kind of person could not be provoked. No matter how strong a family was in southern Xia, once they provoked a character from a large kingdom or even an empire, they would be consigned to eternal damnation with a single breath. Aubersen did not like the feeling of being watched by humans. If it wasn't for the fact that he liked the video player, he would not have joined in on the fun. Aubersen never thought that at the end of this trip, he would have such a pleasant harvest. Aubersen was not in a rush to leave. Rather, he went to the market to buy several magnetic sound machines, phonographs, and large amounts of magnetic sound discs, casually spending over 100 million gold coins. What did this little bit of money mean to him? Aubersen had his reasons for bringing these things back. The little princess had been bothering him before he left, making him bring back a gift. Aubersen had a headache about this. What kind of treasure had the little princess not seen before? He couldn't just buy a young dragon to bring back. He couldn't afford to offend the little princess. If he couldn't bring back something she liked, Aubersen did not dare imagine the consequences. Now he could finally let out a sigh of relief. These new and interesting things, the little princess would definitely like them. However, Aubersen never would have thought that after he brought the video player to the little princess, it would bring countless troubles to himself and the elven forest. Chapter 303. Elder Sister. Mang Yingying pushed open the door in ecstasy and walked in with her 2 slender legs. 10 video disc players have been sold, and each one was auctioned for a high price of around 1 million gold coins. But do you know how much the most expensive one was sold for? Meng Qinggu was startled and thought for a while. The current Mang Yingying was also someone who had seen the world and would not make a fuss like before. If it was just a few million or 10 million, she would at most be surprised for a while and would not act like this. Could it be more than 100 million? Wow! Elder sister, you really dare to guess, but you guessed it right. Meng Yingying's small face was filled with shock and disbelief. I can't believe that someone would spend 100 million gold coins to buy a video disc player. When we officially start production of this video disc player, each one will at most sell for a few hundred to 1,000 gold coins. This is what it means to have too much money to burn. It can't be really more than 100 million? Meng Qinggu was shocked and knew that this matter was not simple. Did you investigate the identity of the other party? I did, but I couldn't find anything. He is an outsider and used source stones to trade. It seems like he has already left Imperial City. Meng Qinggu frowned and thought, Miracle Commerce's influence has already begun to spread to other countries. I don't know if this is good or bad, but I hope it doesn't bring us any trouble too early. Miracle Commerce had already become a business in southern Xia. Although it was not the richest or the largest business, it was the business with the most potential. If it continued to develop, it was only a matter of time before it became the #1 business in the country. Southern Xia was a small country after all. No matter how much miracle commerce grew in a small country, there would be bottlenecks and restrictions. Although Meng Qingguo did have plans and foresight to expand internationally, it was still too early. If they were targeted by some real giants, Southern Xia might not be able to protect miracle commerce. However, the trend was inevitable. Instead of worrying about the future, it was better to speed up. It seemed like they had to speed up their plans in all aspects, especially the acquisition of materials. Only when everyone was strong would they have the confidence to stand on the continent. Where did Chu Tian go? He just left. How could Meng Qingguo not understand her little sister's thoughts? After obtaining such a large victory, the first thing she would think of was to take credit for Chu Tian. The great scholar just came to find him and said that there was a situation in the weapon factory and wanted him to take care of it. Meng Yingying revealed a disappointed expression. Meng Qingguo gave 2 soft chuckles. What are you in a hurry for? There is a royal banquet being held in the palace tonight, and all the nobles in the city will be attending. We are also invited. You is a celebrity, so you should prepare properly and not make miracle commerce face. Miracle commerce. Meng Yingying naturally did not dare to be negligent. Okay, I will prepare to go now. Chu Tian came to the imperial city arsenal. This was the place the calm martial ruler had personally chosen. It was over 20 kilometers from Imperial City and was hidden deep in the mountains. The surrounding forest was guarded by the Dongfang family's experts, so even a bird would find it hard to fly in. This calm martial ruler is too cautious. It's just a normal source energy weapon factory. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Gu Qianqiu followed beside Chu Tian, not making a sound. This brat said it so easily, but did he know what this weapon factory meant to Southern Xia? Southern Xia had been suppressed by the Warhounds tribe for many years, so these source energy weapons could be their only chance to turn the tables. The Southern Summer King was this polite to Chu Tian. At least a large part of the reason was because of Chu Tian's source energy weapon technology. Chu Tian first verified his identity and then walked into the camp. He passed through a stone door and a cave, finally arriving inside the factory. There were 500-600 mechanical presses and several dozen semi-automatic 3D machines that were currently rumbling in operation. Each person working inside was wearing the same uniform with the Dongfang family's insignia on their chest. Of course, the defenses of these workshops were very tight. One could often see the Dongfang family's blood-clothed generals leading incomparably large canine demon beasts patrolling the area. The weapon factory already has this kind of scale. Chu Tian's shock was not without reason. The Imperial City weapon factory was built a month or 2 later than Central State, but he never thought that it would already develop to this degree. He estimated that it had already caught up to Central State. Now that it was fully operational, the parts were manufactured one by one and sent to a secret workshop. There were several hundred array masters engraving runes inside. This weapon factory also had half of Miracle Commerce's shares. The bigger the Dongfang family was, the more advantage Miracle Commerce would have. Great Scholar Gu, Scholar Chu, a very capable Dongfang family high-level elder bowed to the 2 of them with eyes filled with respect. Many thanks for coming to the Central State Factory. The ruler has been waiting for a long time. Please come with me. The calm martial ruler was not wearing any armor and was only wearing a simple set of training clothes, but he was like an unsheathed treasure sword or an eagle on a mountain peak. It was impossible for people to ignore the calm martial ruler's existence. The calm martial ruler simply explained the matter. Chu Tian instantly understood what was happening. It turned out that when the source energy weapon blueprints were given to the Dongfang family, the calm martial ruler and the Southern Summer King immediately organized the entire family to research it. Following this, the calm martial ruler realized that he had been tricked by Chu Tian. This blueprint did not include the energy magazine. The only energy magazine production facility in the Southern Summer Country was in Central State. In other words, even if Imperial City made the source energy weapons, if they did not buy the magazines from Miracle Commerce, they would not be able to create a new army. The Southern Summer King was very angry when he learned of this matter. He wanted to force Chu Tian to take out the energy magazine manufacturing technology. However, he was stopped by the calm martial ruler because the calm martial ruler had dealt with Chu Tian before, so he knew how hard it was to deal with Chu Tian. There were many powers behind Chu Tian now, so he could not easily move against them. The most important thing was that the calm martial ruler already knew that the energy magazine was made from crystal oil, and most of the crystal oil in southern Xia was stored in Central State. When Miracle Commerce had just been built, they had already started building the battery factory. The production line was already very complete, and almost all the oil mines were under Miracle Commerce's control. Now, if they wanted to make their own energy magazine, not only did they need the blueprints, they also needed the source energy battery blueprints, and they needed to take back the oil mines under Miracle Commerce's control. This was taking away Chu Tian's lifeline. All of Miracle Commerce's products used this as an energy source. Not to mention that different weapons had different magazines, and Imperial City did not have the ability to develop them. If they angered Chu Tian, they would be separated in the end. After 2 months of research in the Dongfang family's laboratory, we have found a method to make up for the lack of magazines in the source energy pistols. The calm martial ruler spread out a blueprint in front of Chu Tian. It was a very complex source energy array. When the magazine runs out of energy, the user can pour their own spirit energy into the gun and replace the energy magazine, using spirit energy to shoot the bullets. Gu Qianqiu was shocked. You secretly completed this design? He was a minister of the Dongfang family, so Gu Qianqiu knew how deep the Dongfang family's foundation was. However, the Dongfang family hiding this from Miracle Commerce and Gu Qianqiu, this was a very amazing matter. If it was completed, they wouldn't have come to find me. Chu Tian rolled his eyes. Most likely they invested large amounts of money and manpower, but their research stopped in the end, so they had no choice but to ask me for help. The calm martial ruler felt a bit awkward. The Dongfang family hoped that the weapon they controlled would be more complete than Miracle Commerce's. They didn't know that this was child's play. Chu Tian could make it in a few minutes, and he could do it better than them. Gu Qianqiu looked at the blueprint a few times. This blueprint should have been made with quite a bit of effort. Each part is very complete, and this old man can't find any mistakes in it. Actually, it's very simple. Chu Tian looked over it. These runes were used incorrectly, causing the array to not work. This kind of modification will cause the weapon to be very unstable, and it will cause the barrel to explode every time we test it. Saying this, he picked up a pen and changed several places. This should be fine. You can try it out. It was this simple. The Dongfang family researchers' eyes went wide. The calm martial ruler personally tested the modified source energy pistol, and in the end, it could fire bullets without any problems. Like this, the source energy weapon was perfected. Even if there was no energy magazine, a soldier's spirit energy could fire bullets. Of course, in this situation, the power of the bullet was related to the strength of the user. The calm martial ruler was very depressed. The people the Dongfang family invited were all famous array masters. There were even talents from other countries that they had spent a large amount of money on. But the problem that they couldn't understand was solved by Chu Tian with a single glance. Was the difference between people this big? If they wanted to develop the source energy weapon, they couldn't leave Chu Tian. We've already made 500 source energy pistols, and the speed is increasing. We can now make 200-300 a day. The calm martial ruler introduced the factory to Chu Tian, but the source energy submachine guns have just been developed. It's actually this fast. It's still not fast enough. The calm martial ruler's eyes seem to be burning with flames. Once the daily production of source energy pistols reaches over 1,000 and the daily production of source energy submachine guns reaches over 300, the time is ripe. This ruler will personally lead the army north. What? The calm martial ruler was preparing to attack the Warhound Plains? This was an explosive piece of news. The Warhounds tribe's internal strife has allowed Southern Xia to store up their strength for 20 years. Now we have over 1 million soldiers on the battlefield, and with the source energy weapons, how could we not destroy a few Warhounds tribes? The calm martial ruler said this, and suddenly looked at Chu Tian. This is a good chance to make a name for yourself. Are you interested? Why are you asking me? I don't know how to lead troops. This ruler will promote you to vice commander. You don't need to do anything else. After this battle, with your contribution in designing the source energy weapons, you will be granted a marquis title when you return to Imperial City. The calm martial ruler looked at Chu Tian and continued, You're still this young. It's not impossible for you to be granted a marquis title in the future. This is a good chance for you. Chu Tian gave a laugh. Forget it. I'm not interested in fighting, and I'm even less interested in a marquis title. This was a meat pie falling from the sky for a chance. Chu Tian did not need to do anything. He just needed to follow the calm martial ruler to the front lines, and he would be granted a marquis title. If Chu Tian could become the Southern Summer Marquis, naturally he would have his own state. Wouldn't that solidify his status? The Warhounds tribe couldn't take care of themselves, so they wouldn't be on guard against humans. If the Southern Summer Country launched a sneak attack at this time, they could easily take care of several tribes, so they had a high chance of winning this battle. Chu Tian did not want this job. It was unknown what he was thinking in his heart. The calm martial ruler said with a deep gaze, Consider the pros and cons of this. This kind of chance doesn't come by often. Once you become a marquis, you will reach the heavens in a single step. Even the Southern Summer King will have to give you some respect, and Miracle Commerce's backing will be even stronger. Chapter 304. The people of Southern Xia regarded being conferred a marquis as the highest honor and achievement. Why did Central States Chu Xingha attract the attention of tens of thousands of people, and why people kept coming to join him? It was all because he was a person with the potential to be conferred a marquis. Once he was conferred a marquis in the future, everyone would benefit, so people would flock to him like ducks. A marquis could obtain a state's territory, the state's taxes and natural resources, other than a portion being given to the imperial region. The rest could be kept in their pockets. In other words, once one was conferred a marquis, they would not have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of their life. They could just lie down and earn a lot of money. Of course, in order to prevent the marquis from neglecting Enlil, the Southern Summer Country's hereditary system of nobility had conditions. The heir had to meet the requirements of strength, fame, and military merits to inherit their father's title. Otherwise, the title would be taken back by the kingdom. In other words, as long as the family was prosperous, the title could be passed down. Being conferred a marquis was not just an honor. It could also bring in large amounts of benefits, allowing the family to soar. Being conferred a marquis at such a young age was unprecedented in Southern Xia's history. Why did Chu Tian not care about it? The calm martial ruler was not a fool. He knew that Chu Tian's ambitions were not limited to a single country. If he was conferred a title, he would be restricted. Money, resources? Did Miracle Commerce lack them? This fellow was not someone who was greedy for fame. He would not take on extra responsibilities for no reason. If he couldn't keep this person for Southern Xia, it would be too much of a pity. Only he could not force him. Otherwise, it would be the opposite of what he wanted. The calm martial ruler could only stop here and not force him, hoping that he could think it through. Let's not talk about this matter for now. The calm martial ruler changed the topic. You've been in the limelight recently. Aren't you afraid of attracting trouble? The calm martial ruler really knows how to joke. Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders and said with a helpless expression, Actually, there is no difference between being low-key and high-key for me. Since I've come out, there are some things I can't avoid. Miracle Commerce and Chu Tian had offended the interests of quite a few people. These conflicts could not be avoided It was not something Chu Tian could solve even if he wanted to. Since it was like this, why did he need to be afraid? You do have some awareness. The calm martial ruler declined to comment. However, remember, although the burning sun ruler and the refined ruler want to deal with you, they will not easily make a move against you. Why? These two people are different from the patriarchs of the Central Plains clans. You will naturally understand the reasoning behind this in the future. There is no need for me to explain any further. Your biggest problem right now isn't with these two, but with the Wang clan. What? Wang family? If the calm martial ruler had not said this, Chu Tian would have thought he was joking with him. Recently, the Wang family was like a street rat. They were in a sorry state and didn't have the strength to fight back. If this family really had great strength and power, how could they have fallen to such a sorry state? At this time, the calm martial ruler was already at the base. Looking up at the blue sky, he suddenly said in a meaningful voice, "Today's royal banquet is not simple. You need to be careful." After saying this, a blood-red griffin swooped down. The calm martial ruler jumped onto the griffin and flew to the north, heading in the direction of Imperial City. The calm martial ruler is being strange, as if he is hinting at something. Chu Tian asked Gu Qianqiu beside him, "Hey, do you know what he is referring to?" Gu Qianqiu said in a serious voice, "I think the calm martial ruler is warning us that this royal banquet is filled with hidden dangers." "Damn, are you a blockhead?" Chu Tian revealed a dissatisfied expression. "Am I a fool that can't even hear this? Can you say something I don't know?" Gu Qianqiu awkwardly wiped his sweat. "I spend most of my time in the research institute, so this old man doesn't know what is happening in the royal court. However, from what I know, there are two people that will appear in the royal banquet. The ones the calm martial ruler wants you to be wary of should be these two people." "Which two?" "The first is a first-grade military marquis, the departing flame marquis." "So it's him." The departing flame marquis had a high status. Not only was he a respected marquis, he was also the marshal of the departing flame army. This kind of marquis with military power was called a military marquis. Of the 8 marquises of the southern summer country, there were 4 marquises with ranks. Thunder State's Golden Arrow Marquis, Southern State's Western Marquis, and Song State's Blue Cloud Marquis were all second-grade military marquises. Only the departing flame marquis was a first-grade military marquis. Central State's Marquis Shinfeng Ho, Qing State's Greenwood Marquis, and the others had armies, but these armies could only be used to defend and could not be used to fight in other places. Then, who is the second one? The Battle Dragon Army's young commander, Wang Tianlong. Chu Tian was not unfamiliar with the Wang family's history. This great summer royal family had declined a lot and had almost fallen several times, but the great summer royal family's blood was very strong, so their descendants had very high innate talents. Every time they were on the verge of extinction, there would always be a genius that would rise to carry the family's banner. Wang Tianlong's great-grandfather was an illustrious southern summer marquis, but there were no talents in the 2 generations, so the marquis inheritance was broken. Only when Wang Tianlong was born did the Wang family see hope again. This person had shown shocking talent since he was young. Not only was his cultivation talent high, he also had the ability to lead. He had been a general in the army at the age of 15 and had taken over the Wang family's Battle Dragon Army at the age of 20. In the last 10 years, the army had become stronger and had gained more and more merit points, so it was worth paying attention to. Recently, Chu Tian had made the Wang family miserable, so Wang Tianlong would not let him off. Gu Qianqiu immediately added, "But you don't need to worry too much. There's the calm martial ruler above and this old man below. Miracle commerce itself is not weak, so it is not easy to move against them. Come on." Chu Tian did not care about this at all. The royal palace was very lively. The palace doors opened one by one, and there were countless beautiful maids busying themselves with decorations. A fiery red carpet was spread from the main hall to the outer palace doors. The royal knights were standing in a line of two with new armors and weapons, so they looked shiny. Each person was holding a griffin in their hands, and their feathers were untainted by a speck of dust. They were standing straight, like statues, as if they were welcoming a sacred moment. There were several ceremonial guards, holding ceremonial instruments, creating a very magnificent formation. The southern summer King Dongfang was at the head, with the calm martial ruler Dongfanggan, the burning sun ruler Nangongyin, and the refined ruler Shangguan Songfing standing at the front. The other ministers and generals were standing behind them. "Why are you only here now? Quickly come over." Mang Yingying pulled Chu Tian over and said, while scratching her head, "Something big is definitely going to happen today. Look at this scene. The honorable king and the three rulers have personally come out. This formation is truly frightening." The Meng Qinggu sisters, Nangongyin and Qin Bingyu, the four of them were all here. Meng Qinggu was as calm as usual. Meng Yingying's face was filled with excitement, and Qin Bingyu had a cold expression like she did not care about this matter. It was the normally lively Nangongyin who was hiding behind the others, not daring to show herself. She was afraid of the burning sun ruler. "Dong, dong, dong! Sir Departing Flame, Marquis, has arrived." Suddenly, a heaven-shaking drum sound rang out. Nangongyen's face turned even paler and her fists tightly clenched. She couldn't help trembling, not knowing if it was from anger or fear. "Don't worry." Chu Tian walked over and patted Nangongyen's shoulder. "You'll have to face this matter sooner or later. With me here, they won't be able to touch you." Nangongyen was normally overbearing and strong, but now she was like a little white rabbit with a pitiful expression. Meng Qinggu comforted her. "Nangong, you are a member of our miracle commerce. Without our permission, no one can take you away from us." "That's right, that's right." Meng Yingying waved her fist. "Elder sister Nangong, just bring out your usual domineering aura. Everyone will support you." Nangongyen's heart was very moved. What kind of power the Nangong family was, everyone was clear on it. In order to protect her, everyone did not hesitate to go against this giant. This made her feel grateful and guilty. Even with Miracle Commerce's current position against the Nangong family, they would still have to pay a heavy price. Was it worth it? Nangongyin asked herself. Her position in the company was not irreplaceable. She could not be as smart as Meng Qinggu. She could not manage the entire company for Chu Tian. She was not as strong as Chen Bingyu. She could protect Chu Tian's safety, and she did not have a special relationship with Chu Tian like Yingying. In Nangongyan's eyes, she was dispensable to Miracle Commerce. With the sound of orderly footsteps, a group slowly came in. This group's equipment was very strange. Each person was wearing a thick, heavy armor, and their weapon was a giant sword that was as tall as a person. There were large amounts of flame runes engraved on the blade that released an incomparably hot energy. The Nangong family's famous Departing Flame army. The Nangong family was a family even older than the Great Summer Country. They were the descendants of the Phoenix, and their bloodline contained a large amount of power. The Nangong family had a very important position in southern Xia because the Nangong family had many talented generals like clouds. The soldiers trained by the Nangong family were the trump card of southern Xia. The Departing Flame army had a terrifying battle strength. They were adopted when they were young, and their bodies were tempered with special herbs, making their bodies as hard as stone and making them lose their sense of pain. Then they were instilled with a secret cultivation technique, which took around 10 years to complete. This secret technique, passed down by the Nangong family, overdrew the potential of the soldiers. These soldiers did not have a long lifespan, and their growth limit was locked, but it ensured that the soldiers' battle strength was uniform. They had all reached the peak 9th body refinement layer, and with special martial arts and equipment, the battle strength of these soldiers on the battlefield was enough to make the War Hound's tribe tremble in fear. In the past, the blazing flame Marquis led 80,000 of these soldiers, and they were undefeatable. In a bitter battle 10 years ago, the blazing flame Marquis had died on the Warhound's plains, but he had killed 3 times the number of Warhound's elites. The current departing flame Marquis had this kind of army in his hands, which was the strongest heavy infantry of southern Xia. The departing flame Marquis walked in the front with the Nangong family's unique red hair. His body was very well proportioned, not fat or thin, and his eyes were red like a burning torch. He was wearing a dark red scale armor on the inside and a fire red robe on the outside. As he walked, a strong wind blew, making people feel a wave of pressure like a wave of fire. 7 people were standing behind the departing flame Marquis. 6 of them were high-level members of the Nangong family and retainers of the minister rank. They were all trusted generals of the departing flame Marquis, and they were all peak experts in the 9th awakened soul layer. The other one was a 16-17-year-old youth. From his red hair, it could be seen that he was also a descendant of the Nangong family, and his appearance was 60 to 70% similar to the departing flame Marquis. This youth was the departing flame Marquis' most important son, the departing flame Marquis' successor, Nangong Jian. Greetings to the king. Greetings to the ruler. The 8 people led by the departing flame Marquis bowed. The several hundred departing flame soldiers all knelt down on one knee. The Southern Summer King and the 3 rulers gave a slight nod, especially the Burning Sun ruler, who had a proud look on his face. This was the pride of their Nangong family. Chapter 305. The departing flame Marquis was a first-grade military marquis, leading troops outside all year round. If there was nothing major, he could not easily return to Imperial City. There had to be something important happening today. Today was not a normal imperial banquet. Actually, some people had already noticed that there was a high platform in front of the royal palace. It looked like a platform for generals and a platform for rewards, but they did not know what it was used for. The departing flame army soldiers went to rest. The others continued to wait in place. At this time, the departing flame Marquis looked over at Chu Tian like an eagle, falling onto Nangong Yin behind him. His eyes turned cold as he coldly said, "Nangong Yin, you are a descendant of the Nangong family, yet you are standing behind a bastard from a small clan, not bowing to this Marquis and not bowing to the ruler. You truly do not consider yourself a member of the Nangong family." With these words, everyone's attention was focused on him. During this boring wait, it wasn't bad to have a good show to watch. The Southern Summer King's eyes sparkled a few times, but he did not say anything. It seemed like he did not plan on interfering. Nangong Yen's expression was a bit unnatural. This was the family's most famous marquis, and above him was the Nangong family's supreme Burning Sun ruler. The pressure Nangong Yin faced could be imagined. Greetings to the departing flame Marquis. Nangong Yin was not a weak person, so he bravely stood up. Greetings to the ruler. The Southern Summer King deliberately said, Burning Sun ruler, the Nangong family has such an outstanding descendant. So why has this king never seen him before? Nangong Yin is outside all year round. It is normal for your majesty not to have seen him before. The Burning Sun ruler's aura was like that of a lion, covering Nangong Yin with a pressure. It's not too late to come back now. Don't make the same mistake again. The family has already recognized your potential, so this ruler can guarantee that as long as you come back, we will not make it hard for you. The Burning Sun ruler knew how important Nangong Yin was. This junior that was not valued by the Nangong family had actually become a high-level executive of miracle commerce. If he could grasp Nangong Yin in his hands, the Nangong family would have a way to infiltrate the fat head that was miracle commerce. I have good prospects in miracle commerce, so I don't have any plans to go back for now. Nangong Yin was truly worthy of being Nangong Yin. Even in front of the high-status Burning Sun ruler, she still dared to say these words. Please be assured, ruler, Nangong Yin will forever be the descendant of the phoenix. This will not change even in death." The burning sun ruler knit his brows. "What a joke!" The departing flame marquis said with a cold laugh. "Do you think this is a negotiation? What you've done since you left the Nangong family has severely violated the rules and laws of the family. If you don't return to the family and ask for forgiveness, then I'll have no choice but to cripple you myself to restore the family's reputation." "Humph, what an arrogant fellow! Your grandfather, Chu Tian, is here. How dare you threaten my people? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful I, Chu Tian, am." Chu Tian glanced at Gu Qianqiu and the others. The departing flame marquis is truly awe-inspiring. An old man holding a long staff walked out of the crowd. It wasn't anyone else. It was the great scholar Gu Qianqiu. Gu Qianqiu even dared to scold the calm martial ruler, not to mention a trivial departing flame marquis. It was not convenient for Chu Tian to appear, so it was best for him to speak. His Majesty and the Burning Sun ruler have not said anything about punishing her, but you want to cripple Nangongyin. What qualifications do you have to do this? Or are you afraid of something? The Burning Sun ruler coldly looked at him. "Don't you think the great scholar is meddling in the Nangong family's matters?" "Family matters? Is it really just a family matter?" Gu Qianqiu said with a smile. "This matter is not just your family matters, but rather it is a matter of the country, a matter of the world. This old man cannot turn a blind eye to this matter." The Burning Sun ruler's old face turned dark. This old mouth really knew how to speak nonsense. Anything could be pulled together by him. What fucking country matters was this? Gu Qianqiu righteously said, "Nangongyin is a genius of Southern Xia, and her talent is rarely seen in my Southern Xia. However, because of the Burning Sun ruler's selfishness and the departing flame marquis' shameless actions, she has been excluded from Imperial City for 10 years. I want to ask everyone, how many decades can a genius have? Her golden years have been ruined by these fellows. Isn't this Southern Xia's sorrow? Isn't this Southern Xia's great loss? Southern Xia has been established for several hundred years, but there are many internal disasters and the war hounds outside. There are no geniuses and the palace is filled with rotten wood. It is all because of your despicable ways." This was not the first time Gu Qianqiu said these words, but this time he was saying them in front of the Southern Summer King and the Burning Sun ruler. This was slapping the Nangong family's face and slapping the Burning Sun ruler's face. It could be seen that the Burning Sun ruler's face was already dark. It was fine if it came from other people's mouths, but if it came from the great scholar's mouth, it would have a completely different meaning. With the great scholar's influence, scolding the Burning Sun ruler and the departing flame marquis would quickly spread across the country, and it would be a large blow to the Nangong family. Family scandals could not be spread out. There was indeed something hidden in this matter. This old man has always been puzzled. Zhao Pu came out to add insult to injury. Nangongyin has a rare god-level source spirit and would be heavily cultivated even in a large kingdom. But the Nangong family treats her like chicken ribs. Could it be that the Nangong family has so many geniuses that they can't accept a single god-level source spirit? Wrong. Another scholar came out. According to this old man's knowledge, Nangongyin was a supporter of the Blazing Flame Marquis. When the Blazing Flame Marquis died in battle, before his heroic soul had even passed away and his corpse had not even turned cold, his influence was immediately cut down and many people with unlimited potential were expelled. Could it be that the Burning Sun ruler did not know? Not only did the Burning Sun ruler know, he even allowed this matter to happen. This kind of method is a disgrace to the spirits of the Blazing Flame Army. The Nangong family's method is unfair. If the descendants of those who died in battle were like the Blazing Flame Marquis, then who would die for the Southern Summer Country? Immediately, a group of people began to shout out, and the topic was placed on the sensitive Blazing Flame Marquis. The Burning Sun ruler's anger almost burst out of his chest. The matter of the Blazing Flame Marquis was something he would never forget. But now that these damn dogs had jumped out to bite him, he couldn't bite them back, right? In terms of arguing, he could not beat these people. It was fine if he didn't say anything, but once he did, they would find a flaw and he would be fiercely criticized. The departing flame Marquis angrily said, "What kind of things are you, daring to slander the ruler?" Damn, this Marquis did not provoke these mad dogs. What was wrong with these mad dogs? Why did they all come out to bite people? The departing flame Marquis felt like he was surrounded by 10,000 dogs. He had just returned to Imperial City, so of course he did not know that in the Imperial City's royal court, most of the scholars were following Chu Tian. Right and wrong, it is in the hearts of the people. Gu Qianqiu loudly said, "Nangongyin is not a direct descendant of the Burning Sun ruler, so the Burning Sun ruler deliberately pushed her away. Everyone knows about this biased heart. Could it be something we made up?" Zhao Pu then added, "You've ruined Nangongyen's life for 10 years. Do you want to ruin her for the rest of her life?" Chu Tian was secretly happy. Not bad, not bad. These old men had a bit of battle strength. It was not in vain for Chu Tian to use them. These scholars were famous for being mad dogs in Imperial City. Whether it was a direct argument or a quibble, they were all experts. The Nangong family knew how strong these mad dogs were, so they kept their mouths shut. Even if they were angry, they did not dare talk back. Talking too much was a mistake. The Meng Qingwu sisters were very surprised. The Nangong family was too useless. The most troublesome Chu Tian did not even open his mouth, and these old men had already beaten them to the point where they could not fight back. This kind of result was too boring. The Burning Sun ruler could not sit still as he said with a dark face, "Talent is not completely determined by one's source spirit, and potential is not completely determined by one's talent. It is too obvious that you are changing the concept." The scholars wanted to fight back. Nangongyin is a person of miracle commerce. No matter what the Burning Sun ruler says, we will not hand over Nangongyin. A calm voice sounded out as Chu Tian walked out from the crowd. But if the Burning Sun ruler feels that the great scholar's words are biased, I have a way to solve this. This person was the famous Chu Tian. Chu Tian completely ignored the departing flame Marquis's cold gaze and did not use sharp words to argue. It was useless, no matter how good the argument was. The angrier the Nangong family was, the more trouble they would have in the future. Only by attacking the Nangong family from their roots could they achieve their best goal. So, Chu Tian looked over at Nangongyin. "I think that miracle commerce is more suitable for my growth, and the ruler wishes for me to accept the family's training. It is hard to choose between the two, so let's use strength to speak." Nangongyin slammed her hammer on the ground and pointed a finger at Nangongjian. "You! Do you dare accept my challenge?" The Burning Sun ruler and the departing flame Marquis were both stunned. Challenge? What was Nangongyin thinking? Nangongjian is one of the best descendants of the Nangong family and has received the best training from the Nangong family since he was young. As for me, I was not valued since I was young and was exiled to a small central state city 10 years ago. It was fortunate that I met Boss and Miracle Commerce that I was able to grow. Now, I want to use the results of Miracle Commerce's training in half a year to challenge the genius that my family has been training for over 10 years. If I win, it will prove my growth in Miracle Commerce, and I will continue to stay in Miracle Commerce. The departing flame Marquis asked in a deep voice, "What if I lose?" "I will return all of my shares in Miracle Commerce and will no longer have anything to do with Miracle Commerce. Then I will return to the Nangong family, and you can deal with me as you wish." The faces of the Nangong family sunk. The meaning behind this was that no matter who won or lost, they could forget about touching Miracle Commerce. When the Southern Summer King saw this, he immediately came forward to mediate. "Today is a special day. Why is everyone fighting until their faces are red? How about you give this king some face and let this matter end here?" The refined ruler opened his mouth to say, "Two juniors are fighting, but with us watching, there won't be any problems. What is there to worry about? The Southern Summer King did not really want to stop them. He looked at the Burning Sun ruler beside him. The Burning Sun ruler said, "The Nangong family does not fear challenges." Humph! A trivial cheap person wants to challenge me? Before the departing flame marquis could speak, Nangong Jin came forward. This battle is not only related to the Nangong family's dignity, it is also related to my personal dignity. I ask your majesty to give me a chance. Nangong Jin's eyes were filled with disdain. The two of them were around the same age. In Nangong Jin's eyes, Nangong Yin was just a lowly servant who often bullied and insulted her when they were young. Later, when Nangong Yin was tested to have a super strong talent, instantly overshadowing the other geniuses, Nangong Jin went crazy with jealousy. A lowly fellow from a branch family. How could he have such a strong bloodline? This was simply an unacceptable matter. The lucky thing was that Nangong Yin had followed her father and was sent to a small city. 10 years had passed, and Nangong Jin was now a 7th awakened soul, layer true soul expert. He was not inferior to Dongfang Haoren or Wang Tianlong, but the only thing he lacked was time. Nangong Jin was not even 20 years old. Dongfang Haoren was already 27 years old. Wang Tianlong was already 31 years old. Therefore, if Nangong Jin was given enough time, he was confident he could catch up to the so-called imperial city's two prides. In Nangong Jin's eyes, Dongfang Haoren and Wang Tianlong were qualified to be his opponents. As for this Nangong Yin, she was only fit to be stepped on. But speaking of this, in these 10 years, this ugly duckling of the past had turned into a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. If he crippled Nangong Yin and turned her into his exclusive property, pressing her hot body under him every night, that would be a pretty good feeling. She couldn't have already slept with Chu Tian, right? It didn't matter. This girl's bloodline was not bad. Even if she was used as a reproductive tool, as long as she gave birth to a few good descendants, it would be enough to consolidate her position. When Nangong Yin felt Nangong Jin's gaze filled with obscenity, how could she not guess his intentions? The anger in her heart exploded. She had been bullied by this fellow for 10 years, and now that 10 years had passed, she could finally personally take revenge. With the burning sun ruler and the departing flame marquis cultivation, they could see through this with a single glance. Nangong Yin was not weak. She was already in the 6th awakened soul layer. This person had a fire phoenix source spirit, so under normal circumstances, she could jump levels to fight. However, Nangong Jin was in the 7th awakened soul layer, and it was not just a single level. It was the difference between the mid and late awakened soul layers. Was this gap that easy to cross? Not to mention, Nangong Yin only cultivated her family's cultivation technique, so she could not learn any core martial arts. Nangong Jin was a direct descendant, so naturally he would be heavily cultivated. Large amounts of materials were enough to create a high-level cultivation technique, so it was impossible for him to lose. So the two of them agreed to this fight. The departing flame, Marquis, softly said, "Don't waste time. I'll give you 5 moves to finish this fight." Nangong Jin cupped his fist to his father. "Understood." In front of the Southern Summer King, the 3 rulers, and countless people, this was a good chance to show off. If he could show off his strength, perhaps the Imperial City's twin prides would become the Imperial City's 3 prides. Did you hear that? Someone said he would defeat you in 5 moves. Chu Tian said to Nangong Yin, "So, you have to be quick with your movements." "Relax." Nangong Yin gave a laugh. "For this kind of trash, I only need 1 move." Chapter 306. What? 1 move? You're teasing me. Chu Tian did not know how strong Nangong Jin was, but he knew that he would not be weak. If Chu Tian did not use the flame demon transformation, he would not necessarily be able to defeat him. Even if he used the flame demon transformation, he would not be able to finish the battle in 2-3 moves. Nangong Yin was good, boasting that she would only use one move? When did this little girl become more arrogant than father? This was clearly heard by the other side, as everyone had strange expressions on their faces, especially the Nangong family. They did not feel anger, but rather a joke. Was Nangong Yin overconfident, or had she not seen the world, not knowing how strong a true genius was? Nangong Jian's talent was not inferior to Chu Xinghe's. Although he did not have an ancient sword cultivation inheritance like Chu Xinghe, the Nangong family's inheritance was not inferior to an ancient cultivator's. After all, the Nangong family was an ancient cultivator family. Although they had gone through several generations, they still had many treasures left behind. Nangong Yan's burning the heaven art was a cultivation technique that every member of the Nangong family had to practice. But for a family like the Nangong family, the truly powerful cultivation techniques were the secret techniques that they would not easily pass to other family members. Nangong Jian was different from Nangong Yin, who was exiled at the age of 9. The ancient inheritance of the Nangong family was something that he could not touch. In terms of strength, he would not lose to Dongfang Haoren. Less nonsense. The departing flame, Marquis, coldly said, "Do it!" Nangong Jian gave a few laughs with a gloomy face. His red hair suddenly floated into the air, and a terrifying heat was released into the sky, finally forming an incomparably large flame giant. This was Nangong Jian's source spirit. Great heaven burning palm. That incomparably large palm came crashing down. Nangong Yen's expression did not change as she gave a cold snort. Her body was suddenly filled with starlight, and she did not dodge it at all. Everyone turned pale with fright. Is she crazy? The moment the giant palm hit Nangong Yin, it was bounced back by a layer of starlight. The entire palm shattered into pieces and exploded into flames that fell from the sky like a rain of fire. The burning sun ruler and the departing flame Marquis faces fell. To an individual, Nangong Jian's attack just now might not have been his full strength. It was probably because Nangong Jian did not plan to directly kill Nangong Yin. He still planned to keep this woman as a forbidden puppet, so he only had the thought of severely injuring or crippling her, and did not use his true killing move. Even so, the might of this palm was enough to reach the true soul realm. Nangong Yin had blocked the attack unscathed. That defensive cultivation technique could perfectly resist the attacks of cultivators of a higher level. It was definitely a super defensive cultivation technique. Among them, the three rulers and the Southern Summer King were especially shocked because the three of them could vaguely see that Nangong Yen's cultivation technique had not reached its peak. There was still room for improvement, even if he already had such a defensive power at his current level. How terrifying would his defensive power be when he cultivated to the peak in the future? Nangong Yin laughed loudly and said, "Too weak." With just this bit of strength, he wanted to break through the starlight immortal body that boss taught him? Dream on. This defensive cultivation technique that made people drool, was it actually the starlight immortal body? There were quite a few people gathered information on miracle commerce. Chu Tian's starlight immortal body was not a secret, and almost every high-level member of miracle commerce practiced this cultivation technique. This cultivation technique was much stronger than they imagined. This cultivation technique could even become a sect or a family's inheritance technique. Nangong Jian flew into a rage out of shame. He wanted to be merciful and let her keep her beautiful and hot body so that he could enjoy it in the future. He never thought that this fellow would have some skills, actually blocking a true soul realm expert's attack. Since it's like this, then I'll let you see the Nangong family's true secret technique. Nangong Jia formed a seal with both of his hands. His thick origin energy burst out. It was as if he was standing on a volcano that was spewing out hot air. He soared into the sky while a large number of profound symbols moved around him like a torrential lava river that contained destructive power. The Nangong family's heaven-burning divine flame curse. The Southern Summer King's expression slightly changed. This was a secret technique of the Nangong family, and even in the Nangong family's direct bloodline, only a few people had the qualifications to learn it. This move was very strong, and when used with the heaven-burning art, it was enough to jump levels to kill a strong opponent. This move was very difficult to practice. The first requirement was to reach the perfection realm of the heaven-burning art. The Southern Summer family's inherited heaven-burning art was even more complicated than the Dongfang family's grand spirit secret art, or the Shangguan family's life and death judgment. The number of people in the family that could reach the perfection realm could be counted on one's fingers. They never thought that the 20-year-old Nangong Jian would be able to do it. 9 heavens, divine flame. Listen to my command. Burn the heavens. The runes that were floating around Nangong Jian like a river all gathered in the palm of his right hand, finally compressing into a dazzling energy ball that was as bright as the sun. Meng Qinggu was very worried. Qin Bingyu, if there is an accident, you have to make a move. Chen Bingyu nodded with a serious expression. Large amounts of snowflakes had already condensed around her body. Chu Tian's expression did not change. His jet-black eyes stared at Nangong Yin with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Everyone else was flabbergasted. No one had thought that this matter would develop to such an extent. Nangong Yin, I'll give you another chance. Nangong Jian held the fireball filled with energy and looked at Nangong Yin with a victorious expression. Either you become my maid or you turn to ashes in the divine flame. Nangong Yin closed her eyes and a red light soared into the sky. The fire phoenix's cry filled the 9 heavens, and a profound imprint appeared between Nangong Yin's eyebrows. There was no reply, but Nangong Yin's actions were the answer. Nangong Jian's face turned fierce as he roared, "Die!" The dazzling fireball turned into a beam of light. Even if steel touched this beam of light, it would instantly melt. This kind of energy charged at Nangong Yin with an unstoppable momentum. Nangong Yin suddenly opened her eyes, and like a fearless flaming bird, she unexpectedly rushed straight towards the beam of light. She's seeking death. Nangong Jian's strength is enough to kill an 8th awakened soul layer cultivator. When Nangong Yin touched the beam of light, the starlight was shattered and her body was covered in burns. No, this strength was too strong. The starlight immortal body could not block it. Qin Bingyu was about to make a move. Pa! A hand reached out and stopped Qin Bingyu. Chu Tian's eyes released a strange glow. No rush, there's a change. Qin Bingyu looked at Chu Tian in confusion. Could he not see that Nangong Yin could not block it? This strength was too strong for her. In this short instant, Nangong Yin's body was pierced by the flames. Everyone sighed. With this kind of terrifying injury, this girl was dead for sure. It was a pity she was a genius. Turned to ashes, Nangong Jian wildly roared out. Who would have thought that at this moment a resounding and resonant phoenix cry would come from the center of the pillar of fire? The originally perfectly straight pillar of fire suddenly exploded like fireworks. The flames quickly condensed into the shape of an incomparably large fire phoenix. The Southern Summer King and the 3 rulers were shocked. What is this? Nangong Yin stood in the center of the fire phoenix. Her body seemed like it had been burned, but there are golden flames coming from her body, making her look like an elemental life form. Those golden flames quickly solidified and turned back into delicate skin, not leaving a single scar. Even if she was bathed in a temperature that could melt steel, Nangong Yin was not injured at all. Rising from the ashes. The Burning Sun ruler's voice was a bit trembling. No. Undying bird. The Nangong family members all had the urge to kneel down and worship. Undying bird. This was the legendary Undying bird. Nangong Yin seemed to be completely immune to fire. Not only were the flames that bombarded Nangong Yin unable to cause any harm to Nangong Yin, they were all devoured by Nangong Yin and transformed into her own strength. Nangong Jen was completely stunned. When had he ever seen this kind of cultivation technique before? It's my turn. Falling phoenix strike. That giant fire phoenix flew out from Nangong Yen's body and quickly fell at Nangong Jen. This is bad. The Nangong family members were shocked. Nangong Yen's attack did not just contain all her strength, it also contained all the strength Nangong Jen had released. Not to mention an 8th awakened soul layer cultivator. Even a 9th awakened soul layer cultivator would not be able to block it. Fast! Too fast! The divine phoenix spread its wings and instantly arrived. The departing flame, Marquis, did not even have time to save his son. When Nangong Jen was about to be burned to ashes, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The burning sun ruler's thick right arm grabbed the fire phoenix's neck. This powerful fire phoenix was casually grabbed by the burning sun ruler, and it could not move at all. The moment the fire phoenix was crushed by this irresistible strength, it gave a very angry roar and spat out a divine flame. It passed by the burning sun ruler and landed on Nangong Jen's body. Ah! A pitiful cry rang out. Nangong Jen was burned to ashes, and he fell from the sky like a burning crow. No, the departing flame, Marquis, flew into the air. Using Nangong Jen, he took out a bottle of precious medicine and poured it into his mouth. When he carefully checked his meridians, the departing flame Marquis felt his body turn cold. Nangong Jen's body had almost been destroyed. Such a fierce fellow, I'll kill you. The departing flame Marquis was about to make a move in his rage, but 2 figures came out at the same time and blocked the departing flame Marquis. They were Gu Qianqiu and Qin Bingyu. Even if the departing flame Marquis had a shocking cultivation base, facing 2 peak 9th awakened soul layer experts at the same time, he had no way of passing. At this time, the calm martial ruler could not sit still. With a gentle flick of his finger, a giant scarlet sword fell down from the clouds. It suddenly appeared between the 2 sides, stopping them from fighting any further. Admit defeat, the calm martial ruler coldly said. Using the strong to suppress the weak is not the style of a military marquis. Everyone was shocked by the giant scarlet sword descending from the sky. This sword appeared in the air, but it made it hard for the great scholar, Qin Bingyu, and the departing flame Marquis to move, as if they had been grabbed by an invisible hand. Too strong. The calm martial ruler's strength was unfathomable. Burning sun ruler, do you also want to take revenge for your grandson? The burning sun ruler's eyes were very complicated, just like a defeated lion. He looked at Nangong Yen. Can you tell me, what secret technique did you just use? Chu Tian gave her a slight nod. This is not a secret technique, but rather a cultivation technique. Nangong Yen loudly said, This is the super cultivation technique boss gave me, the great Nirvana scripture. I've only just started learning it. Chapter 307. The Nangong family members were instantly petrified, as if they could not accept this kind of blow. As for the Southern Summer King, the calm martial ruler, the refined ruler, and the others, their expressions all changed. They knew what this meant. This was a cultivation technique, not a secret technique. The two were completely different concepts. Secret techniques were based on a cultivation technique and could be used as a move. Because of this, those that did not have a high growth rate would not change as their cultivation base and cultivation technique increased. Once they reached a certain level of cultivation, the good secret technique would become useless. Cultivation techniques were completely different. The main cultivation technique was a cultivator's foundation. A strong cultivation technique meant a strong cultivation, and a strong cultivation meant a strong cultivation technique. Increasing one's cultivation technique could increase one's cultivation base, but at the same time, a bottleneck in a cultivation technique could also increase one's cultivation base. A good cultivation technique had a deep influence on a cultivator's growth. The higher the cultivation technique, the higher the growth rate. So to a cultivator, choosing a cultivation technique was very important. A cultivation technique could accompany a cultivator for the rest of their life, becoming stronger with their cultivation base and not becoming more and more useless. Nan Gong Yen's trivial sixth awakened soul layer cultivation could already display this kind of destructive might. Then, in the ninth awakened soul layer, or the true spirit realm, what kind of realm would she reach? What made people feel even more suffocated was that Nan Gong Yin claimed that this cultivation technique was only at the entry level. Just the entry-level great nirvana scripture had already surpassed the peak realm of the Nangong family's ancestral cultivation technique, burning the heavens art. Was this really a human cultivation technique? It was simply comparable to a demon god. This great nirvana scripture could be considered a peak-level cultivation technique even in the strongest empires on the continent. It was not inferior to the imperial family's secret techniques. Actually, Chu Tian was also very surprised. This great nirvana scripture was one of the few high-level cultivation techniques he had brought from the future. Although it was a bit inferior to Chu Tian's Demon God 9 transformations, it was still a peerless cultivation technique in this era. This cultivation technique was very hard to cultivate, and it was not something that could be cultivated in a day. Chu Tian had already taught this cultivation technique to Nan Gong Yin, but he did not expect her to learn it immediately. According to Chu Tian's estimation, if Nan Gong Yin wanted to cultivate it, she would need to reach the true spirit realm. Moreover, the amount of materials needed to cultivate it was very terrifying. Even if the entire miracle commerce was emptied, it would not be enough. Not long ago, when Dongfang Haran challenged her, Nan Gong Yin had not completely grasped it. In just a few days, she had actually comprehended it? This was too mysterious. Nan Gong Yen's trivial sixth awakened soul layer cultivation had touched the threshold without any external help. Although he hadn't even reached the small success stage, he could already display a portion of the great nirvana scripture's power. This was inconceivable to Chu Tian, impossible. At most, it would have an amplification effect on ordinary fire attribute techniques. A god-level source spirit was only a basic requirement for the great nirvana scripture. Nan Gong Yen's fire phoenix source spirit was a god-level source spirit, but her source spirit strength was not high. It could only be considered a low-grade god-level source spirit. Even if he was perfectly compatible with the cultivation technique, logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to master it so quickly. It seemed like there was a problem with Nan Gong Yen's family bloodline. This family claimed to be the descendants of the Phoenix clan. Could it be that there was a peerless, almighty ancestor in their clan that allowed their descendants to possess this kind of potential? Nan Gong Yen's luck was good, and her potential was stimulated, so she was lucky enough to grasp a bit of the great nirvana scripture's true power. Nan Gong Yen's potential was even higher than he had imagined. No matter what the reason was, Nan Gong Yin had successfully entered the sect. This was a fact that could not be changed. Chu Tian was well aware of the power of the great nirvana scripture. After Nan Gong Yin trained in this cultivation technique, he would be able to restrain all the flames in the world. Now that Nan Gong Yin was in the awakened soul realm, she was almost immune to fire. The energy released by Nan Gong Jian was unable to harm Nan Gong Yin in the slightest. Instead, it increased Nan Gong Yin's strength. This was just the beginning. If he could cultivate the great nirvana scripture to the large success realm, then it could be said that Nan Gong Yin was immune to all flames. No matter how high the temperature, no matter how strong the strength, trying to kill Nan Gong Yin with flames was an impossible matter. If Nan Gong Yin really had a lucky chance, she could cultivate the great nirvana scripture to the peak. As long as she had a trace of strength, Nan Gong Yin would have an immortal body. This was the reason why Chu Tian valued Nan Gong Yin so much. When he decided to pass this cultivation technique to Nan Gong Yin, Chu Tian had already decided to focus on training this person. With the power of this cultivation technique, she would be able to stand at the peak of the continent in the future. Nangongyin easily defeated Nangongjian, so she was filled with confidence. Even the strongest person in our family's younger generation is only this strong. If the family can take out a cultivation technique that is stronger than this starlight immortal body and the great nirvana scripture, why else would they stop me from cultivating outside? The Nangong family were like deflated balloons. Dispirited, deeply dispirited. The ancient Nangong family had passed down their inheritance for countless years. But in the end, the cultivation technique they were so proud of was simply trash in front of them. The Burning Sun ruler's eyes completely changed as he asked with a serious expression, "Is this great nirvana scripture really just the beginning?" I advised the Burning Sun ruler not to think about this cultivation technique. Chu Tian walked in front of the Burning Sun ruler and said, "Of course I can give this cultivation technique to you. But if you want to cultivate the great nirvana scripture, the most basic requirement is to have a fire phoenix source spirit. In the entire Nangong family, only Nangongyin has this kind of capital. What use is there in obtaining this cultivation technique? This kind of strong cultivation technique, if it falls into the hands of a small family, it will only bring disaster to you." What Chu Tian said was the truth. The Burning Sun ruler had already seen it. When Nangongyin used the great nirvana scripture, the power of the cultivation technique would merge with the fire phoenix's power. It could be said that people without a god-level source spirit would not be able to cultivate it, and the fire phoenix was the best among god-level source spirits. Nangongyin was simply a cultivator chosen by the heavens. It was no wonder that Chu Tian valued her so much. The Burning Sun ruler had to admit that with a single mistake in the past, the Nangong family had lost a peerless genius. Because of that one mistake in the past, this peerless genius had met a rare heaven and earth master. Under this heaven and earth master's transformation, her light would shine 10,000 times brighter in the future, leaving the so-called Burning Sun ruler far behind. One day, the Phoenix Undying family's ultimate power would awaken in her body. The departing flame Marquis thoughts were completely different. He was filled with anger and resentment. "Ruler, the most outstanding member of our family's third generation, has been destroyed. How could we just swallow this insult?" "Shut up. A loss is a loss. The Nangong family can afford to lose." The Burning Sun ruler angrily rebuked and then seemed to age a lot. After all, Nangongjian was one of his most promising grandsons. He looked at Nangongyin. "I hope you remember your words." Nangongyin nodded. "I will forever be the Phoenix Undying successor." When the departing flame Marquis saw this, he understood the Burning Sun ruler's thoughts. Nangongyen's future was not simple, and the Burning Sun ruler could not bear to kill this genius. "Humph, goodbye." The departing flame Marquis angrily waved his sleeve and left with Nangongjian. The refined ruler looked at the Burning Sun ruler's expression and gave a long sigh in his heart. Old man Nangong was really old. He looked at Chu Tian and his mind turned, feeling very confused. Just how many secrets was this person hiding? The Southern Summer King had a very serious expression. Although he had controlled the country for over 20 years, this kind of matter had never happened before. Chu Tian, Nangongyin, and miracle commerce, there were too many things that he could not control. This made the Southern Summer King feel a bit uncomfortable. Nangongyen's performance has made everyone look at her in a new light. The Southern Summer King did not show his worry. These complicated things could be thought through in private. He had to act normal right now. With such a genius, how could the kingdom not use her? Someone make Nangongyin an honorary knight of the Royal Knights. She will be rewarded with 10 soul weapons, 10 sacred pills, and 10 boxes of precious medicine. I hope that you will continue to work hard and add to the glory of Southern Xia. My king is wise. The crowd shouted one after another. It would be a waste not to take something that was given to him for free. Nangongyin very straightforwardly thanked him. Mang Yingying took off her cloak and put it on Nangongyin. After all, after the battle, Nangongyen's top-quality soul weapon armor had been burnt. If this went on, her body would be exposed. Elder sister Nangong fought too beautifully. Meng Yingying looked at her with a face filled with worship. You are definitely stronger than that fellow Chu Tian right now. Cool. Chu Tian gave a cough. You little girl, do you know how to speak? Meng Yingying stuck out her tongue. That's right. The current Chu Tian did not have a high chance of winning against Nangongyen. When this matter came to an end and everyone let out a sigh of relief, a sharp cry suddenly came from above their heads. A large group of flying demon beasts flew over at a low altitude and countless flower petals fell down. They're here? The Southern Summer King's eyes lit up and he immediately waved his hand. Prepare to welcome them! The guards of honor on both sides began to play music. A series of thumping sounds came from the front. Each beat was like a heavy hammer hitting the ground. They could clearly feel the powerful strength that made people's hearts tremble. In front of everyone's curious eyes, a large group of black figures appeared in front of them. This was a cavalry unit, but they were not riding normal horses. They were not even Azure Storm colts. They were massive magical beasts covered in pitch-black scales that looked like armor. Meng Yingying's little face was filled with shock. Aren't these earth dragons? There are so many earth dragons. Meng Qinggu also found this hard to believe. Earth dragons were level 2 demon beasts and were creatures with a dragon's bloodline. The purer the bloodline, the stronger they were. There were some earth dragons with noble bloodlines that could easily grow to level 3 demon beasts. These earth dragons' bloodlines were not high, but they were at least level 2 demon beasts, equivalent to human void soul realm cultivators. It would not be strange if there was only 1 or 2 of them. Now, the entire cavalry unit was riding earth dragons. This was an earth dragon cavalry unit that had never been heard of before. Even in the future, earth dragons were often trained to be demon beasts as mounts. They had high defense, strong innate bravery, and good endurance. They could listen to commands and were a rare mount for the battlefield. Whether it was in the field or in a siege, the Earth Dragon cavalry was perfect. How could Southern Xia have such a strong Earth Dragon cavalry unit? Southern Xia's Azure Storm cavalry was far inferior. Only the Griffin Knights could fight them. Only the Griffin Knights were not large, and their numbers were not as large as this Earth Dragon cavalry unit. The Griffin Knights were the royal palace's knights, responsible for protecting the imperial city and the royal palace. Then what was going on with this unit? Chu Tian could feel the smell of blood from afar. Compared to the Griffin Knights, this Earth Dragon cavalry unit had been on the front lines for a long time, fighting against the warhounds. Battle Dragon Army! Battle Dragon Army! The crowd began to shout. 10 years ago, when the Blazing Flame Army was annihilated, it was the Battle Dragon Army that replaced the Blazing Flame Army, defending the front lines of the northern battlefield. Otherwise, the Warhounds' nomadic cavalry would have already come to the Imperial region to plunder. In the past 10 years, the Battle Dragon Army had repelled the Warhounds several times. Their merits were outstanding, and their battle results were glorious, so they had a high reputation in southern Xia. An earth dragon that was different from the rest slowly walked out. The bloodline of the earth dragon could be distinguished by its appearance. The earth dragon with the lowest bloodline was the black-scaled earth dragon, followed by the red-scaled earth dragon, and finally the golden-scaled earth dragon. In this cavalry unit, almost all of them were black-scaled earth dragons. This kind of earth dragon beast had a limited room to grow. It was almost impossible for it to become a level 3 demon beast. Right now, the earth dragon in the lead had dark red scales mixed with light golden veins, making it look especially dignified and noble. This was an earth dragon with a very pure bloodline. If it was properly nurtured, it might become a level 3 magical beast in the future. A handsome youth was standing on the back of the earth dragon, holding a golden spear in his hand. His dark golden armor was glowing and his golden cloak was flying high in the air. just like a bright colored flag. His feet gently stepped off, and he flew off the earth dragon's back. Like a golden meteor, he instantly fell to the ground, raising a layer of dust. The battle dragon army's young commander Wang Tianlong greets His Majesty. After the departing flame, Marquis returned with his army. Wang Tianlong also returned with his army. One wave had yet to subside, and another wave had arisen. Chapter 308. The young man's voice was resonant and vigorous. Although he wasn't old, he was extremely mature, and his entire body contained a fierce might. He was like a sharp sword that killed people like scything flax and could be unsheathed at any time. He was also like an incomparably sturdy golden bell, and his entire body was impeccable, causing others to be unable to find any flaws. Behind the battle dragon army's young commander Wang Tianlong, there were 4 5/9 awakened soul layer vice generals, including Wang Tu, who had been messed around with by Chu Tian. Enemies are bound to meet. This made Chu Tian and the others very depressed. Our main character is finally here, ha ha ha. The Southern Summer King threw everything to the back of his head and gave a clear laugh. General, please rise. It's been hard on you. Everyone muttered in their hearts. Could it be that they had made such a scene just for this Wang Tianlong? Wang Tianlong modestly cupped his hands in obeisance. This lowly general has neither merit nor virtue. I dare not accept such a big gesture. Chu Tian thought to himself, what are you pretending for? Didn't you lead the Earth Dragon cavalry into the city in such a high-profile manner to let the whole city know that you're back? In the end, you're pretending to be modest. General has both integrity and talent, being a pillar of the Southern Summer Country. The Southern Summer King supported him with a smile, attacking the war hounds in the north, intimidating the troops. Your achievements cannot be erased. The most rare thing is that you are only 31 years old. Your future is boundless. Your future is boundless. Wang Tianlong was neither servile nor overbearing. Guarding Southern Summer is my responsibility. Merit must be rewarded. How could this king be a heartless person? The Southern Summer King asked, I've heard that General's cultivation has increased again. I, Wang Zaipai subordinate, was lucky enough to break through. Wang Tianlong's reply caused all the officials to be shocked. Broke through? Wang Tianlong had always been in the 9th awakened soul layer, which meant that he had reached the peak 9th awakened soul layer. Southern Xia had gained another expert. This was indeed a joyous occasion. Wang Tianlong was well versed in both the pen and the sword. He could become a pillar of the imperial court or ensure the peace of an area. He could also serve as a general and gallop on the battlefield to cut down enemies and break formations. All right, good. All right. The Southern Summer King called out 3 times. The general has not let down this king's expectations. The refined ruler has read this king's royal proclamation. Understood. The refined ruler took the royal proclamation from the hands of the 2 ceremonial officials, walked to the high platform, and raised the shining royal proclamation high up. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. One of the 3 rulers, the refined ruler, was personally reading the royal proclamation. This was a bit too much. The Battle Dragon Army's young commander Wang Tianlong, taking command at a young age, fighting against the warhounds for 10 years, fighting over 90 large and small battles, killing over 800,000 warhounds, establishing an indelible military merit for Southern Xia, and becoming a role model for the younger generation of Southern Xia. This king announces that Wang Tianlong will be granted a 2nd-grade military marquis title, with the title of Heroic Martial Marquis. In the imperial region, Song State, and warhounds, there will be a total of 42 cities within 8,000 miles, with a total population of 30 million. They will all be under the direct control of the Heroic Martial Marquis. Boom! The ceremonial music rang out. Everyone cheered. There was indeed a reason for such a magnificent lineup. After so many years, Southern Xia finally had another marquis. The heroic martial Marquis Wang Tianlong was in his early 30s and was ranked among the Southern Summer Marquis. Reaching the peak of power was something rarely seen in the history of Southern Xia. But towards the Southern Summer King's decision, whether it was the ministers, the generals, or the normal citizens, no one objected to it. Wang Tianlong was a general with real power. He had been rushing to the battlefield since he was in his 20s, and he had made great contributions in the past 10 years. His own strength was enough to rank him as a marquis, and this time he was bestowed a marquis land. "Thank you, my king." Wang Tu and the other deputy generals already knew this result. When they saw that their young master was officially conferred the title of marquis, they excitedly knelt down and kowtowed. The Wang clan had been conferred marquis 3 times, walking on the path of glory once more. The heroic martial marquis was only 30 years old. In the next 70 years, he would be able to lead the Wang clan to glory, becoming an illustrious existence second only to the 3 great clans of Southern Xia. Wang Tianlong gave a slight bow to receive the royal proclamation before respectfully bowing to the 3 rulers and the Southern Summer King. From the beginning to the end, there was not much change in his expression. He was calm and composed, like an old man who had seen through fame and fortune. The Southern Summer King announced the beginning of the title ceremony. Another marquis was added to the Southern Summer 8 marquises. Another of the Southern Summer 8 states had been added. The heroic martial marquis, Wang Tianlong, received his marquis seal in front of countless envious and praising gazes. This was the 9th marquis of the kingdom, directly becoming a 2nd-grade military marquis. His status was even higher than Central State's Shenfeng Ho and Qing State's Greenwood Marquis. The heroic martial marquis has been conferred. The entire nation will celebrate. I wish Southern Xia a long life. The royal palace banquet was to celebrate the heroic martial marquis conferment, with the heroic martial marquis being the main character. This young man had been conferred the title of marquis, full of vigor. With an army in his hands, he was full of vigor. What more could he ask for in life? Everyone congratulated the heroic martial marquis, and the ministers were even more courteous. Even the scholars on Chu Tian's side had to respect Wang Tianlong. These scholars, who looked like mad dogs, were actually only concerned about the matter and not the people. Wang Tianlong's contributions to Southern Xia were clear to all. He was able to guard the front lines at such a young age, with outstanding military merits, making people worship him. Now that he was a marquis, his status naturally rose. They understood. The calm martial ruler had said that the Wang family was Chu Tian's biggest problem. This fellow was simply invulnerable. He had an ancient royal family background, a cultivation talent comparable to Dongfang Haoren, and a military strategy comparable to the calm martial ruler. He had outstanding military merits, a great reputation, and now he had become the heroic martial marquis. This person had a very calm personality, not like Chu Xinghe, who showed off his abilities. He was not like normal geniuses who are arrogant and despotic, so it was not easy to deal with him. Meng Yingying was very happy attending the royal banquet, but now she felt very uncomfortable. Meng Qingguo felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Recently, the Wang family had been cursed by the citizens, mainly because Wang Tianlong had not returned to Imperial City. Now, the situation was completely different. Not only had Wang Tianlong returned, he had also been conferred the title of heroic martial marquis. The Wang family was filled with pride, and all the negative influences disappeared with the conferment. In the near future, the heroic martial marquis Wang Tianlong would become the new favorite of Imperial City, and Chu Tian's limelight would fall. Meng Qingguo knit her brows when she thought of this. She felt that everything had been planned. The Southern Summer King had purposely promoted the heroic martial marquis to suppress Chu Tian's arrogance and give Chu Tian a large amount of pressure. Chu Tian's miracle commerce was only a company. The heroic martial marquis battle dragon army was the pillar supporting Southern Xia. If the heroic Marshal Marquis and Chu Tian fought, it was hard to say which side the citizens would stand on. Although Meng Qinggu suspected that the Southern Summer King was deliberately targeting Chu Tian, she had no reason to doubt him. Whether it was Wang Tianlong's strength, fame, contributions, or qualifications, he had been conferred the title of Marquis, so there was nothing to criticize about it. The royal banquet was halfway through, and the Southern Summer King raised his cup. The heroic Marshal Marquis has just been conferred the title, and the state has not yet been established. If you have any requests, just ask this king. As long as it can be satisfied, I will definitely satisfy you. This general is leading an army, so the state is useless and it is dispensable. Wang Tianlong gave a deep bow to the Southern Summer King. There are 2 small matters that I hope your majesty can help with. Oh, what is it? The first matter is that there have been rumors in Imperial City recently. The Wang family's several hundred-year reputation has been tarnished, so this general would like a chance to wash away this insult. The Southern Summer King's expression slightly changed. Heroic Marshal Marquis, you are... The second matter is that this general has been away for many years, so I have no time to manage the family's internal affairs. Because of this disturbance, the elders of the family have discussed it and hope that this general will marry a wife. So, I hope your majesty will bestow this marriage and allow the Miracle Commerce chairman, Meng Qinggu, to marry this general. Meng Qinggu's fists suddenly clenched. She never thought that Wang Tianlong would make this kind of request to the Southern Summer King. Chu Tian pulled back the angry Meng Yingying. Eat your food. It's fine, I'll take care of it. Meng Yingying did not have any status. If she jumped out to speak, it would only attract trouble. The Southern Summer King would not agree to this kind of request. Otherwise, he would be completely offending Chu Tian. With Chu Tian's personality, it was even possible for him to leave Southern Xia. The calm martial ruler and the great scholar would not agree to this. The Southern Summer King revealed an awkward expression. This king can send a royal proclamation to the world to remove the Wang family's influence, but the second matter. The royal proclamation represents the king's words. How could it be casually sent out? Wang Tianlong said, "My clan has been humiliated, so my clan will take revenge." Wang Tu cupped his fists as he walked out and arrogantly said to Chu Tian, "Miracle Commerce has insulted me for a long time, causing the Wang family to suffer large losses. My request is not high. As long as you kneel down and apologize to me and accept the Wang family's marriage proposal, this matter will be over. I, Wang Tu, and the Wang family will guarantee that we will not pursue this matter." Once again, everyone's eyes fell onto the Miracle Commerce people. Chu Tian swirled the amber wine in his cup. "What if I don't agree?" Wang Tu said with a cold smile, "Don't agree? Then you'll take back your reputation as a martial artist." Chu Tian put down the wine cup. "What do you want to do?" Wang Tu looked at Chu Tian. "I want to challenge you." Everyone instantly went into an uproar. Gu Qianqiu angrily stood up. General Wang Tu is a respected ninth awakened soul layer cultivator, publicly challenging a junior. This is clearly bullying the weak. Is this the so-called martial artist style? You are not taking back your reputation. Rather, you are humiliating yourselves. No matter who wins or loses, you will be laughed at by the world in the end. The calm martial ruler also said, "Using strength to bully the weak, losing the style of a great general. Using strength to bully others, you have let down my king's grace." Wang Tu's face turned green and white. The calm martial ruler's attitude was very clear. If you did this, you would be going against your own status and not giving the Southern Summer King face. How could the calm martial ruler not give face? Whether it was the Battle Dragon Army, the Departing Flame Army, or the Storm Cavalry, they were all under the calm martial ruler's command. They were only responsible for their own battlefields, and the calm martial ruler was the highest military commander in Southern Xia. Wang Tu was not willing, but the enmity of his mount being killed and his reputation being tarnished, if he couldn't take it back, How could he let go of this hatred? If he didn't take this chance, with Chu Tian's growing status, it would be hard for him to get another chance in the future. Whether he could take back his reputation or not, it didn't matter now. As long as he took this chance to teach Chu Tian a lesson, or even personally cripple him, that was enough. Challenge miracle commerce. A mysterious, black-robed woman stood up. She had a graceful figure with perfect and alluring curves. She was a mature woman with an excellent figure. From under the black veil, a cold voice came out. "Fine, I'll fight you." This was the first time everyone noticed the mysterious, black-veiled woman. Chun Bingyu had always been low-key. Chun Bingyu had always been wearing a black veil, looking like she didn't eat the food of mortals, even at the banquet. Chun Bingyu had been sitting beside Chu Tian the entire time, not drinking a single drop of food or drinking a single drop of wine. She didn't even say half a word. She was simply like an ice sculpture. Now that Chun Bingyu had appeared, a cold aura suddenly filled the hall, making everyone's hearts filled with shock. Such a cold current, such a strong aura. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. The Burning Sun ruler said in a shocked voice, "You're Chun Bingyu?" The Burning Sun ruler was not too clear on this woman's background. She seemed to be an outsider who had wandered into the southern summer imperial city. Because she had a shocking talent, she was recruited by the Nangong family a long time ago. She had always been a guest official with the Nangong family, finally being promoted to an official, having a status equal to a senior elder. Only the Nangong family all had fire-attributed source spirits, but Chun Bingyu's source spirit and cultivation technique were both ice-attributed. Chun Bingyu did not receive any cultivation technique pointers from the Nangong family. She only completed missions for the Nangong family to obtain cultivation resources, cultivating by herself from start to finish. Even like this, she had reached the true soul realm. Her cultivation talent was not inferior to the imperial city's two prides. When Chun Bingyu entered the true soul realm, she finally reached a bottleneck. In order to find a way to break through, she proposed leaving the Nangong family. The Burning Sun ruler felt that Chun Bingyu was a talent and had a lot of room for growth, so he agreed to Chun Bingyu's request. He never would have thought that after Chun Bingyu left Imperial City for so many years, when she returned, she would become a bodyguard by Chu Tian's side. From this aura, could she be in the peak 9th awakened soul layer? The Burning Sun ruler revealed a look of shock. Her growth speed was too fast. Chapter 309. There were two reasons why Chun Bingyu left the Nangong family. The first reason, which was also the main reason, was naturally for his own cultivation. The second reason, although it was a secondary reason, it was not a small one. That was because Chun Bingyu was a guest official of the Blazing Flame Marquis branch. When the Blazing Flame Marquis died in battle, Chun Bingyu had personally witnessed the Blazing Flame Marquis trusted aides being stripped of their family's core power and even being sent to different places. Even a talented person like Nan Gongyin was not an exception. Chun Bingyu felt a chill in her heart, so she said goodbye to the Burning Sun ruler. The Burning Sun ruler was very clear on the family's situation. On one hand, he was thinking of Chun Bingyu, and on the other hand, he wanted to quickly settle the family's situation. So he easily agreed to Chun Bingyu and did not give her any restrictions, allowing her to completely separate from the Nangong family. But towards the Burning Sun ruler, Chun Bingyu was still a bit grateful. If she had not been a guest official of the Nangong family and received the Burning Sun ruler's attention, Chun Bingyu would not have had enough resources to reach the true soul realm. She would not have had the chance to meet Chu Tian in Central State and follow by Chu Tian's side, becoming Chu Tian's right-hand man. Chun Bingyu simply cupped her hands to the Burning Sun ruler. Greetings to the Burning Sun ruler! The Burning Sun ruler knew that Chun Bingyu was by Chu Tian's side, but seeing it with his own eyes, he was still very shocked. This kind of cold and arrogant girl was actually accepted by Chu Tian as a guard. This Chu Tian was truly outstanding. Chun Bingyu's cold eyes stared at Wang Tu. Tell me, how do you want to fight? Wang Tu's expression turned even more constipated. Wang Tu had guessed that Miracle Commerce had a very strong expert, but he never would have thought that this person would be this strong. She was actually in the peak 9th awakened soul layer. The most terrifying thing was that this girl was still young, only a few years older than Wang Tianlong. She was also a genius that was not inferior to the imperial city's 2 prides. Why was she willing to be a bodyguard by Chu Tian's side? It was really puzzling. It was hard to stop riding a tiger at this time. If he still had the dual-winged poison dragon mount, he had confidence in fighting a peak 9th awakened soul layer expert. Now that his mount had been killed, his battle strength had been greatly reduced. He had no confidence in fighting Chun Bingyu. Chun Bingyu's cold eyes did not change, but it gave off an aggressive feeling, only daring to challenge people with lower cultivations and cowering in front of people with higher cultivations. Are the southern summer generals as weak as you? When these words sounded, Wang family's people all stood up in anger. This was simply a public humiliation. Ha ha ha! Why does Sister Bing have to make things difficult for this fellow? The other party is challenging me, not Miracle Commerce, so there's no need for Sister Bing to make a move personally. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Tian laughed and walked over. I can accept the challenge of the Wang family, but I have one request. Wang Tu was delighted. What do you want? The Wang family can challenge me. Chu Tian pointed at Wang Tuesday, but you are not qualified. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Wang Tu was still a southern summer general. How could he not have the qualifications? Chu Tian did not give them a chance to speak. I have never slandered you. I know what I have done, clearly. I will accept the Wang family's challenge, but I will not accept the so-called reputation. As for a waste that doesn't dare admit what he did, why should I fight him? Then who do you want to fight? If you have the guts, fight me. Wang Tianlong and the other vice generals all stood up. You are not qualified. Chu Tian's words shocked everyone to death. Then he pointed at Wang Tianlong. The heroic martial marquis, do you dare fight me? Chun Bingyu was stunned. The Meng Qinggu sisters were stunned. The southern summer king, the 3 rulers, and everyone else were all stunned. Everyone suspected that there was a problem with their ears. Chu Tian had jumped over Wang Tu and avoided the other prizes to challenge the heroic martial marquis. Did he know how strong the heroic martial marquis was? The heroic martial marquis had just broken through to the peak 9th awakened soul layer not long ago, but his battle strength was not at the bottom of the southern summer marquises. He could even be considered one of the best. Wang Tianlong was known as one of the 2 prides of Imperial City. He was a genius and had been on the battlefield for many years. When he was in the 9th awakened soul layer, he had fought with the War Hounds tribe's peak 9th awakened soul layer experts several times. This kind of incomparably strong person, with Chu Tian's trivial 6th awakened soul layer cultivation challenging him. Wasn't this the same as sending himself to death? Wang Tu was also stunned. Could it be that Chu Tian knew that he would lose no matter who he fought? So he decided to challenge someone with a greater reputation so that he could lose with more dignity? If this was the case, why would he personally come out? Wouldn't it be better to let Chun Bingyu block this calamity? Wang Tianlong straightforwardly stood up. The Battle Dragon Army has never rejected a challenge. President Chu has taken the initiative to challenge me. So how could I not fight? If I win, you will satisfy the Wang family's request, including handing over Meng Qinggu. The heroic martial marquis agreed. Meng Qinggu's face sunk and she tightly clenched her fists, feeling very angry. Chu Tian laughed and said, The young miss is not my personal property, not to mention that I will not use her as a gambling stake. If I lose, I will give you the shares of Miracle Commerce. Meng Qinggu's body slightly trembled. Chu Tian had close to 70% of Miracle Commerce's shares. He would rather hand over half of Miracle Commerce than call out Meng Qinggu? It had to be known that the current miracle commerce was not the same as before. Everyone's eyes turned red. Chu Tian was equivalent to giving the company to the Wang family. Chu Tian then added, "If I win, I want you to give up your heroic marshal marquis title." "All right," Wang Tianlong agreed. "You two are pillars of the country. Why are you fighting over a small misunderstanding?" The calm martial ruler mediated. "This is a great celebration. This ruler does not want it to become a joke to the people of the country." Gu Qinqiu broke out in a cold sweat and said, "This old man also thinks the calm martial ruler's words are reasonable. Can this kind of gambling stake be casually placed? Even if you don't care, you still have to consider the impact." Calm martial ruler, "Great scholar, what are you worried about?" The refined ruler gave a few soft laughs. Scholar Chu is fighting the strong as the weak, so he must be very confident. Why don't you open everyone's eyes? Even if you lose, you can leave behind a story of a brave warrior. This is an unprecedented gamble. This ruler thinks that as long as we don't harm each other's lives, this kind of competition is in line with the Southern Xia style. The burning sun ruler tightly knit his brows. He felt that this matter was wrong, but he didn't know who to help. Actually, the burning sun ruler had a bit of selfishness in his heart. If Chu Tian fell because of this, wouldn't Nangongyan have to return to her family? The Nangong family had not recovered in the last 10 years, and the third generation's most outstanding Nangong Jian had a hard time recovering. If Nangongyan was willing to return, she could revive her family. The Southern Summer King weighed the pros and cons. The refined ruler's words are reasonable. As long as we don't harm each other's lives, this bet can be reduced a bit, but there is no need to be so extreme. The Southern Summer King wanted to see a balance between the two sides. Letting Wang Tianlong rebalance Imperial City's situation would make Chu Tian restrain himself. Moreover, with Wang Tianlong suppressing miracle commerce, the royal family's requests for miracle commerce would be easier to negotiate. If Chu Tian was reckless and lost miracle commerce, the Wang family would not be able to eat it, and they would not dare eat it alone. The Southern Summer King could take advantage of this. This was a large piece of fatty meat. A battle between Chu Tian and Wang Tianlong? It could only be treated as a joke. Even Central State's Shen Fengho was not a match for the heroic martial marquis. The heroic martial marquis was at least in the top 3 of the 9 marquises. The old royal family's strong bloodline and inheritance allowed Wang Tianlong to look down on geniuses of the same level. A trivial 6th awakened soul layer cultivator, no matter how monstrous or talented he was, he could not cross this gap. Although he did not know where Chu Tian's confidence came from. But there would not be any suspense in this battle. The reason why Nangongyan was able to defeat Nangongjian was largely due to her cultivation technique. This cultivation technique was able to nullify fire-attributed attacks, and it could even absorb the opponent's attacks for her own use. If her opponent was ice-attributed, it would be hard to say who would win. Chu Tian would definitely lose this battle, but whether it was Chu Tian or the heroic martial marquis, they were both very important people. The Southern Summer King allowed them to compete in secret, but he would not allow them to fight with their lives on the line. With the calm martial ruler here, there was no need to fear any accidents happening. The royal palace's arena. Wang Tianlong held a dark golden spear as he walked forward. This spear was not a normal weapon. Rather, it was a weapon passed down from the old royal family. It was called the Dragon Aura Spear. The materials for this spear were said to have been dug out from a giant dragon's cave. The giant dragon had lived in the cave for over 100 years, and its dragon aura was constantly sprayed on the walls of the cave, melting the metal ores and refining it, finally forming the dragon aura iron. The dragon breath iron was a precious grade 3 half-saint material and was obtained by the royal family of the Grand Xia dynasty. The royal family of the Grand Xia dynasty sought out a famous foreign craftsman and finally succeeded in forging an extremely powerful half-spiritual soul tool, which was this dragon breath spear. This spear's might could not compare to a true soul-contracting weapon, but it was not something a normal soul-contracting weapon could compare to. It's said that this spear contained the power of a dragon's aura. Each stab of the spear could easily destroy an awakened soul cultivator's protective spirit energy, fire defensive cultivation technique. 3 years ago, Wang Tianlong had used his 9th Awakened Soul Layer cultivation to kill a peak 9th Awakened Soul Layer Warhound's expert with a single stab. Other than his own strength that allowed him to jump levels, a large part of it was because of the might of this spear. What did Chu Tian count for? Under the dragon aura spear, there would be nothing left. Chu Tian's defeat was inevitable. The only suspense was whether the calm martial ruler would be able to save him in time. The calm martial ruler's strength was the strongest in the southern summer country, so killing Chu Tian under his eyes would be a very difficult matter. But the battlefield was constantly changing. Once he killed Chu Tian with a single stab, Wang Tianlong did not believe that the southern summer king would dismiss him because of this. Why isn't Chu Tian here yet? He issued the challenge himself. Would he be afraid at this crucial moment? While everyone was discussing this, Chu Tian was wearing a top-grade soul-contracting armor and holding the Netherworld sword as he walked forward. There was a white fox on his shoulder and 18 black, clothed people following behind him. Wang too angrily said, "What is the meaning of this? Could it be that you can borrow external strength in a duel?" Chu Tian looked at Wang Tu with disdain. "Dare I ask General Wang Tu, have you ever used a mount in a duel before?" As soon as Wang Tu heard the word mount, his eyes spat fire. "This general and my mount have been working together for more than 20 years. I've long since become one with my mount. My martial techniques and combat techniques are in perfect harmony. Soldiers and their mounts are a single entity, so why can't I bring it along?" Chu Tian rubbed the little fox's head and said, "This spirit beast has grown up with me, and we have already established a spirit beast contract. We are already connected by flesh and blood, so we are a single entity." The little fox spat out a mouthful of spittle. "A ghost is connected by flesh and blood." Chu Tian ignored the little fox's expression. "Is it wrong for me to bring it to the battle?" "Since you have established a spirit beast contract, the spirit beast is a part of a cultivator's weapon and also a part of a cultivator's strength. Bringing a spirit beast to the battle is reasonable." The southern summer king sat on the platform and his eyes swept over the 18 black, clothed people behind Chu Tian. "Only letting these people participate in the battle is against the rules of the duel." "My king, please take a look." Chu Tian picked up the bell and shook it. The 18 black, clothed people lifted their robes, and when everyone saw the true appearance of these black, clothed people, they were instantly stunned. How were these people? Each one of them had bulging muscles, like they were experts. Their skin was completely black, like they had keratinized shells. Their eyes were hollow and only had a weak blood red glow. On each monster's body, there were large amounts of blood veins. These blood veins were very small and were like tattoos on their bodies. If one looked carefully with a magnifying glass, they would find that there was a kind of glowing blood flowing in the center of these blood veins. These are Corps guards refined by Xiao Xiao. They do not have their own thoughts and are completely controlled by me. Chu Tian shook the bell and used his spiritual energy to control the Corpses. The Corpses all took a step forward at the same time. Their movements were uniform without any differences, just like a precise machine. They are only tools. Chapter 310. Chu Tian wasn't a fool. Would he really go and humiliate himself? How could he fight a peak 9th Awakened Soul Layer expert with his 6th Awakened Soul Layer strength? Chu Tian did not borrow any external force, but he still had a way to win. That was to use his main source, spirit, regardless of the price. Ever since Chu Tian came to this world, he had faced many so-called experts without any fear. He could even be considered arrogant and despotic but the biggest thing he relied on was his main source spirit. Regardless of the price, regardless of the backlash, regardless of the consequences, Chu Tian released his main source spirit and opened his 10th eye. He could even fight against the 3 rulers. The problem was that it was too dangerous for Chu Tian. He wouldn't do it unless it was a life and death situation. But other than this special strength, if a 6th awakened soul layer cultivator fought against a peak 9th awakened soul layer cultivator, their chances of winning would be very small or even impossible. So Chu Tian could only borrow other powers like the little fox or the divine blood Een corpses. So it's a Een corpse. What a strange refining method. These Een corpses are tools and weapons. Since it's like this, will allow them to be used in the arena. The Southern Summer King and the Wong family did not have any objections. First, these Een corpse puppets that did not have their own consciousness were used as support tools. It was like a mechanical master using mechanical beasts. It did not violate the rules of the arena. Secondly, to Wang Tianlong and the Wang family, the Een corpse's aura wasn't weak, but it wasn't strong enough to defeat Wang Tianlong. So the Wang family didn't care at all. No matter what tricks Chu Tian played, this absolute difference in strength was not something he could make up for. The calm martial ruler personally acted as the judge. Clang! The dual bell rang. Wang Tianlong stood motionless like a statue, looking at Chu Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze. President Chu dares to provoke me in public. His courage is commendable. But with your strength, even if you add the Een corpses, you still have no chance of winning. Chu Tian's expression was relaxed. If you know me well enough, then you'll understand that I'm best at creating miracles. The more impossible something is, the more possible it is in my hands. So, please feel free to make your move, heroic martial marquis. I'm really looking forward to it. Wang Tianlong smiled coldly. I think we should ask President Chu to make the first move, lest you lose on the spot before you even make a move. Chu Tian held the netherworld sword in his right hand, and a flame appeared on the blade, while his left hand shook the soul-absorbing bell. Then I won't be polite. Releasing his spiritual energy, the 18 divine blood Een corpses were like awakened statues, instantly forming an all-like formation. The Een corpses in the back sent their energy to the Een corpses in front, accumulating layer upon layer of energy. Then the last 2 Een corpses poured their energy into the Een corpse in the front. Boom! A wave of energy rippled through the ground. The originally sturdy stone floor of the dueling arena began to ripple like water. First, a wave of water-like energy surged out, pushing the earth and gravel in all directions. Insignificant skill. Wang Tianlong stood in the same spot without moving. He gently raised the dragon aura spear and gently slammed it into the ground. A hot dragon aura flame instantly covered the surroundings, burning away the energy coming at him. However, at this time, the 18 Een corpses finished condensing their energy. The Een corpse in the front turned blood red, and an incomparably strong energy began to gather in its body. It was like a storm that could explode at any moment. The energy released by the 17 Een corpses had all been poured into a single Een corpse? How was this done? This did not make sense at all. Everyone's spirit energy was different. If a large amount of spirit energy was poured into another person's body, it would only harm that person. Moreover, even if the Een corpses had the same energy. But with the energy of the 18 Een corpses gathered, even a peak 9th awakened soul layer expert would explode. But this Een corpse did not show any signs of exploding at all. Wang Tianlong's right hand reached out and slowly raised the dragon aura spear. He couldn't help being alert. That blood-red Een corpse raised its palms, and a storm of blood-red energy gathered, instantly forming a ball of energy. This ball of energy went from small to large, releasing a blood-red glow like a sun. Then it went from big to small, and the entire compression process created a large pressure, causing the surrounding ground to cave in. Everyone was stunned. This ball of energy was not small. Not only did it contain a strong corpse poison, it also contained an unbelievable strength. It came from the Een corpse's divine blood and was majestic and vast. It was something that had never been heard of before. The calm martial ruler was also very surprised when he felt the energy condensed by the Een corpses. This energy is very special. It is something this ruler has never seen before. The refined ruler nodded. Chu Tian has quite a few secrets on him. The southern summer king tightly knit his brows. What was going on? The strength of the 18 Een corpses was around the peak 7th awakened soul layer. Although they were not weak, with just this bit of strength, it was impossible for them to condense this kind of strong energy. Wang Tianlong could not sit still. This energy was very strong, and it was still growing stronger. It had already reached the point where it could threaten Wang Tianlong. The dragon aura spear suddenly rose up. The moment it rose up from the ground, it was like a beam of light shooting into the sky, instantly piercing through the clouds. Wang Tianlong's feet stomped on the ground, and he charged into the sky. He held the dragon aura spear in the air, and from 100 meters in the air, he was like a meteor as he suddenly shot down with the spear. His source spirit was released. It was a coiling dragon spear. This dragon aura spear was supported by his source spirit, and it seemed like it was alive. It was instantly covered in a layer of dark gold, as if it was no longer a dead object, but rather a flood dragon in Wang Tianlong's hand. The Een corpses threw the highly compressed energy ball forward. Wang Tianlong's shocking attack directly stabbed into the blood-red energy ball. Open for me. A dragon's roar rang out. It was majestic, shocking, and filled everyone with amazement. The moment the dragon aura spear stabbed out, it released an incomparably hot red dragon's breath. Wherever the dragon's breath went, even the air was distorted from the heat. Even if it was steel that met this hot aura, it would still be instantly evaporated. This kind of strong aura was sucked into the invisible spear glow. It could be said that its strength had increased by several times, forming an incomparably large spiral. It attempted to use the most violent and direct method to tear apart the Een corpse's energy and then kill Chu Tian. The red shockwave and the dragon's breath spear glow collided. Berserk energy rippled out, and the terrain of the arena instantly crumbled. It was like two giant ships colliding with each other at an incomparably fast speed, creating a loud explosion that made people's hair stand on end. Wang Tianlong was confident that the dragon's breath could burn everything. No matter what kind of energy it was, it could easily swallow it and instantly dissolve it. But the reality was beyond his expectations. The energy released by these Een corpses was not just pure energy. It contained a very strange energy that even the dragon's breath could not burn. Wang Tianlong could not pierce through this energy and instantly felt a strong rebound. This is bad. Wang Tianlong flew into the air and prepared to retreat. The blood-red energy turned into a giant fist. He chased after Wang Tianlong with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. His fist smashed into Wang Tianlong's body, and the violent force directly crushed Wang Tianlong into the ground. The place where Wang Tianlong was hit sank at least 10 meters into the ground, and the surrounding area was a mess. Everyone cried out in shock. The heroic martial marquis had been smashed into the ground. The heroic martial marquis was in the peak 9th awakened soul layer. Chu Tian had used the combined attack of the Een corpses to make the heroic martial marquis suffer a large loss. It was no wonder that Chu Tian dared to challenge Wang Tianlong. The strength of these 18 Een corpses was stronger than he imagined. Pung! The ground on the other side shattered. Wang Tianlong broke through the ground. At this moment, Wang Tianlong was in a very sorry state. That high-grade armor of his was already broken, and his eyes were filled with rage. He had been smashed into the ground at the start of the battle. This was simply a great insult to Wang Tianlong. Flood Dragon Strike! With a sweep of the dragon aura spear, Several streams of energy intertwined and shot at Chu Tian like several flood dragons. If this attack hit its mark, Chu Tian would probably be blasted to pieces on the spot. The 18 corpses raised their hands at the same time, and a blood net like energy barrier instantly appeared in front of them. The dragon aura spear's power hit the energy barrier and was immediately bounced back by an unknown force. Wang Tianlong's speed reached its limit. He held the dragon aura spear in the air and threw himself at the energy barrier, causing the entire energy barrier to shatter. Truly worthy of being the heroic martial marquis. This burst of strength was shocking. Die. After Wang Tianlong shattered the energy barrier, he stabbed his spear at Chu Tian. At this time, Yin corpse jumped up and used its body to block the attack. Wang Tianlong stabbed the Yin corpse, and the fierce strength crushed the Yin corpse into the ground. Under this kind of attack, the Yin corpses should have been crushed. Chu Tian's Yin corpses were very strong, but the 18 Yin corpses were a whole. If one of them was killed, their strength would be greatly reduced, and it would be a large loss to miracle commerce. The Yin corpses charged forward one by one. Wang Tianlong's spear was like a dragon. It was almost watertight, each strike sending Yin corpse flying. The Wang family was very excited seeing this. Chu Tian had killed Wang Tu's mount, and Wang Tianlong had killed his 18 Yin corpses. This could be considered paying back the debt. Pung, pung, pung. All the Yin corpses in the way were sent flying. Yin corpses were Yin corpses in the end. It was impossible for them to learn cultivation techniques, so their fighting style was very simple. How could they deal with a top-level expert like Wang Tianlong? Your Yin corpses are only SOSO. When Wang Tianlong was prepared to stab the last one, the Yin corpse suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood that fell onto Wang Tianlong's body. Although Wang Tianlong managed to send the Yin corpse flying with his spear, he still felt a strong force fall onto his body, making him feel dizzy as he fell to the ground from the sky. This is large amounts of blood veins that were hard to see with the naked eye. They were as thin as hair, but there was a large amount of them, almost covering Wang Tianlong's entire body. It was this strength that was suppressing the strength in Wang Tianlong's body. Wang Tianlong wanted to take a step forward, but he was surprised to find that the ground was also covered in blood veins, forming a complex and profound array. The Yin corpses that had been hit began to stand up one by one. Each Yin corpse had a hole or depression, but with the effect of the divine blood, these injuries could be seen with the naked eye finally appearing in front of him in perfect condition. These Yin corpses were too sturdy. Normal 9th awakened soul layer cultivators would find it hard to resist the dragon aura spear, but these Yin corpses were pierced by the dragon aura spear. Not only were they not torn apart, their bodies were completely intact. Even if they were damaged, they could automatically recover. Were these things immortal? This was the power of the divine blood. A spiritual god was an immortal existence. Even if their bodies were destroyed, they could still instantly recover. Although these Yin corpses had only been injected with a little divine blood, they still had a strong recovery ability. As long as they were not completely destroyed, they had a way to recover. The divine blood seal covered Wang Tianlong's body. It was enough to seal a part of Wang Tianlong's strength. Wang Tianlong gave an angry roar. When he was prepared to break the array, the 18 Yin corpses formed a formation and instantly surrounded Wang Tianlong. They used some kind of profound movement technique to move the array, making Wang Tianlong hallucinate. He almost had a feeling of not knowing where to start. Meng Qinggu and Meng Yingying revealed excited expressions when they saw this. The Yin corpses were beginning to form an array. These Yin corpses' individual strength couldn't withstand a single blow from Wang Tianlong. But once they formed an array to attack, the result would be completely different. Even if Wang Tianlong was strong, wanting to break this array would not be easy. Chapter 311. Wang Tianlong had suffered several large losses before he met Chu Tian. The 18 divine blood Yin corpses were too strong. Although They could not pose a threat individually. The 18-peak 7th Awakened Soul Layer Divine Blood Corpses were enough to tie down a peak 9th Awakened Soul Layer expert. The most troublesome part was that after being refined with the Divine Blood, the Corpse's physique was extremely tough. Although Wang Tianlong's wild attacks could cause damage to an undead like the Corpses, a few holes weren't fatal at all. Their Divine Blood had an automatic regenerative effect, so it was very hard to kill them. Dang, dang, dang. Chu Tian shook the bell, constantly releasing his spiritual energy. A seal appeared between the eyebrows of the 18 Corpses, and each Corpse released a red glow. There was a chain of energy connecting the Corpses, instantly forming a whole body. Blood World Contract. This was a special incantation technique that Chu Tian had developed after studying the ancient gods' memory fragments and according to the nature of the gods' blood. The 18 Divine Blood Corpses used the Divine Blood in their bodies to share the damage. In other words, even if they were hit by Wang Tianlong's full strength attack, the other 17 Corpses would instantly transfer a part of their power, making the power that was enough to kill the Corpses no longer a threat. The Divine Blood Corpses had a strong physique that was hard to destroy. Now that the energy was scattered by the seal, it was even harder to destroy the Corpses. The Dragon Aura Spear danced in the air, shooting out spear lights. Once the Corpses were hit, they would release a barrier made of threads of blood. Countless threads of blood spread in all directions, allowing the energy to spread to the other Corpses. The Corpses were not injured by the heroic Martial Marquis attack. Chu Tian said with a smile, "Strange, Sir Heroic Martial Marquis is becoming weaker and weaker. Could it be that he can't even beat a few trivial Corpses? If that's the case, then it's really disappointing." The Divine Blood Corpses' attacks would create a blood curse. The more blood curses Wang Tianlong received, the more his strength would be restricted and the lower his chances of winning would be. People could not help but be suspicious. Could Wang Tianlong really not fight against the Corpses controlled by Chu Tian? The Wang family members all had pale faces. The Southern Summer King also had an ugly expression as he tightly clenched his fists. Chu Tian had collected quite a bit of information, but he lacked enough understanding of the Corpses. From the current information, Chu Tian had publicly used the Corpses twice. The first time was to deal with Prince Tianlang in South Sky City, and the second time was to deal with the Shangguan family's envoy. The Corpses were clearly very weak at the beginning. In such a short time, how could his strength grow faster and faster than Chu Tian himself? It was too unbelievable. It was simply unimaginable. The Divine Blood Corpse had too many special abilities. It could suppress any expert in the peak 9th Awakened Soul Layer. This was not the way to go on. Wang Tianlong shouted. The Dragon Aura Spear turned into a ray of light as it shot at the Corpses. Suddenly, it turned into a flood dragon, circling around the Corpses, avoiding them one by one. Then it plunged into the ground, only to see a mound in the arena, as if there was a dragon moving through the ground. Go around the Corpses to deal with Chu Tian? That was a good idea. Flame Demon Transformation. Chu Tian turned into a giant flame demon, and his strength broke through the illustrious Soul Realm, directly reaching the true Soul Realm. A giant flaming sword slashed at the ground, and the flood dragon came out of the ground, fiercely attacking it. Pum! His body trembled. A third of the flames on Chu Tian's body were blown away by the attack. That terrifying strength caused Chu Tian to stagger back 3-4 steps, and the starlight protecting his body began to crack. So strong! A casual attack had this kind of might. Chu Tian did not doubt that even if he used the Flame Demon Transformation, if he fought Wang Tianlong head-on, he would not be able to block 3 rounds. Of course, Chu Tian's own invention, the Flame Demon Transformation, also shocked the audience. A trivial 6th Awakened Soul Layer cultivator could use this move to block the attack of a peak 9th Awakened Soul Layer cultivator. This was definitely something to be proud of. After the flood dragon's attack failed, it immediately wanted to turn back. Since you've delivered yourself to me, then I won't be polite. Chu Tian's sword cut down the dragon aura spear. Then he activated the flame demon transformation and grabbed the dragon aura spear, not letting it fly back. Chu Tian looked at the dragon aura spear and said with a laugh, "Good weapon." The dragon aura spear's quality was close to a soul-contracting soul weapon. The only thing it lacked was that this weapon did not have its own consciousness. But because of this weapon would not resist or choose its master. So it could be accepted by Chu Tian without any politeness. The heroic martial marquis had been disarmed. Everyone's eyes almost popped out. The heroic martial marquis thought he could kill Chu Tian with this attack, but he never thought that he would go for wool and come home shorn. After the heroic martial marquis lost the dragon aura spear, could he still block the attacks of the 18 corpses? Wang Tianlong was filled with rage, but he did not lose his mind. He quickly took out a scroll from his chest. "I'll let you see the Wang family's secret technique." Chu Tian's divine sense could feel that the scroll contained a bloodline and spatial energy, so it was not a normal item. He saw Wang Tianlong bite his finger and smear it on the scroll, activating it. The scroll opened in the air and was filled with talismans, activating it in a single breath. Ao! A black hole-like space appeared in the arena, and a large, dark, red figure leaped out from it. Its body that weighed more than 10 tons landed heavily on the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble. Then its 4 limbs fiercely stomped on the ground, and it suddenly rushed towards Chu Tian's direction. Earth Dragon? Everyone was shocked to see this. It was unknown what secret technique Wang Tianlong had used to summon the Earth Dragon mount to his side. This Earth Dragon's body was dark red, and the edges of its scales were dark gold. Its bloodline was very pure, and its strength was close to the peak 9th awakened soul layer. A single Wang Tianlong was already hard to deal with. Now that he had summoned the Earth Dragon mount, how could Chu Tian defend himself? Under Chu Tian's control, a chain appeared in each of the divine blood corpses' hands. They shot out at the Earth Dragon, trying to lock it down. Break! Wang Tianlong condensed his spirit energy into a long dragon spear that pierced through the divine blood chains. At the same time, he swept away the corpses, blocking the way, clearing a path for the Earth Dragon. This fat and wild Earth Dragon was not something the corpses could block with their flesh. There were flames brewing in its mouth as it charged at Chu Tian, preparing to burn Chu Tian to ashes in a single breath. Almost instantly, a green beam of light shot out, blocking the Earth Dragon's flames. Then a huge green figure appeared out of thin air and grabbed the Earth Dragon's body. The 2 behemoths rolled together. That green, lizard-like, magical beast raised its tail and heavily whipped the Earth Dragon's back. This was not inferior to being chopped by an axe. The Earth Dragon sank down by 3 inches, and immediately shattered scales flew everywhere. Not to be outdone, the Earth Dragon counterattacked. Dragon Lizard Beast. Wang too recognized the demon beast that had appeared out of nowhere. Wasn't this the one from the Scarlet Swamp? It had clearly been killed already. Wang Tianlong used a secret technique to summon his mount. Chu Tian summoned the dragon lizard beast. Now that the 2 super strong demon beasts were wildly fighting each other, neither side could gain the upper hand. The Earth Dragon was entangled by the dragon lizard beast, so the 2 beasts would not be able to decide the victor for a while. The 18 divine blood corpses surrounded Wang Tianlong again. Chu Tian crossed his arms in front of his chest. Heroic martial marquis, I think you've exhausted all your tricks. You can't break my array, just admit defeat. This surprised Chu Tian. Wang Tianlong was not as angry as he imagined. His expression did not even change. He just coldly stared at Chu Tian. Do you really think you can restrain me with these corpses? Could it be that the heroic Marshal Marquis still hasn't used his final move? I thought I wouldn't need to use this move to deal with you, but since your performance has surpassed my expectations, then I'll let you lose a bit more brilliantly. I owe such big words. Chu Tian said this, but his heart was on guard. The great summer royal family's background was not this simple. If Wang Tianlong was really hiding something, then it would not be a small matter. Do you think your defense is very strong? Large amounts of spirit energy were released from Wang Tianlong's pores, and 4-5 golden spirit energy, flood dragons, condensed around him. These flood dragons spun at a speed hard to see with the naked eye, almost forming a golden ball. I'll let you see what is called true defense today. This was Wang Tianlong's main cultivation technique. After fighting for so long, this was Wang Tianlong's first time using it. The refined ruler said with interest, the great summer royal family's dragon transformation body protecting technique can turn one spirit energy into flood dragon energy. As long as one spirit energy is not used up, one cannot be attacked by 100 soldiers and cannot be broken by 10,000 enemies. It could be called the great summer country's #1 defensive cultivation technique in the past. That's right. The burning sun ruler knit his brows. This is the great summer royal family's inherited cultivation technique. The reason Wang Tianlong was able to move through the Warhound Plains for 10 years was all because of this defensive and offensive cultivation technique. Chu Tian never thought this would happen. Wang Tianlong's cultivation technique focused on defense. Moreover, Wang Tianlong had clearly cultivated it to the perfection realm, so his defense could compare to the large success Starlight Immortal Body. In short, it was much stronger than the Diamond Body Starlight Immortal Body. But this cultivation technique was different from the Starlight Immortal Body. The Starlight Immortal Body released a layer of starlight, and when it received an attack, it would immediately counteract the damage. When the starlight was destroyed, the spirit energy in the body would automatically seep out and repair the damage. But if the consumption rate surpassed the repair rate, the Starlight Immortal Body could be broken. Wang Tianlong's cultivation technique released most of the spirit energy in his body in one breath, creating a layer of defense. This layer of defense was a one-time defense made of pure spirit energy without any repair, but the effect was even more overbearing and the defense was very strong. When Wang Tianlong used this technique, those under the true spirit realm could not break it. This cultivation technique was not only strong in defense, it also had a strong attack power. Anything that came close would be torn apart by the flood dragon energy. Of course, every cultivation technique had a weakness. The weakness of this cultivation technique was that it consumed too much energy at one time. In terms of defense, this cultivation technique was not inferior to the Starlight Immortal Body. This kind of defense consumed too much energy, while the Starlight Immortal Body consumed less energy. Secondly, the Starlight Immortal Body was not just a defensive cultivation technique, it was also a body-nourishing cultivation technique. It could stabilize a cultivator's foundation and build their physique, which far surpassed the value of defense. It couldn't be said that this cultivation technique could compare to the Starlight Immortal Body just based on defense. Let me try. Chu Tian controlled 4-5 Yin corpses to surround him. In the end, when the Yin corpses came close, before they could even touch the flood dragon energy barrier, it was like they had been clawed by a flood dragon and were instantly sent flying several meters away. Such a fierce strength. Even if a 9th awakened soul layer cultivator was hit, they would still be heavily injured. The great summer royal family's inherited cultivation technique was truly an overbearing and powerful cultivation technique. Meng Yingying's heart palpitated a bit when she saw this. This cultivation technique seems to be even stronger than our Starlight Immortal Body. What should we do? If Chu Tian can't break this defense, won't he lose for sure? Meng Qinggu and Nan Gongyin were also very anxious. The Yin corpses did not even have time to move before they were sent flying. The Een corpse's large array was already paralyzed. A long dragon spear condensed in Wang Tianlong's hand, and he sent the last 3 Een corpses flying, stabbing it at the exposed Chu Tian. This is bad. The little fox's dragon lizard beast was fighting with the earth dragon beast, and the Een corpses had all been defeated. How could Chu Tian block this attack? The distance between the two sides was already less than 10 feet. The last Een corpse blocked in front of him, but it was still easily sent flying. Wang Tianlong could close this distance in an instant, so there was no time for Chu Tian to react. The calm martial ruler prepared to make a move when he saw this. Winning or losing was not important. At least he had to ensure Chu Tian's safety. Who would have thought that at this moment, Chu Tian suddenly pulled out 2 strange-looking submachine guns. Have a taste of this. Two, 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 two. The sound of the bullets fired from the source energy submachine guns was different from normal. The sound was small and sharp, but it was a real bullet. A large amount of dark red needles flew out like a storm. Wang Tianlong felt that the speed and power of the needles were not high, so he gave a cold laugh. You want to injure me with such weak attacks? He didn't even finish speaking. These small red needles passed through his defenses and landed on Wang Tianlong's body. Most of them were sent flying by his armor, but there were few that hit the gaps in his armor, his neck, his face, etc., instantly turning Wang Tianlong into a porcupine. Ah! Wang Tianlong gave a pitiful cry as he took a few steps back. His cultivation technique instantly collapsed, and a wave of numbness spread through his body, almost making him lose consciousness. Chu Tian raised his sword and stomped his feet into the air, sending out a burning rage. That bright sword glow sent Wang Tianlong into the air, and the sword glow tore through his armor. Before it could fall, the 18 Een corpses surrounded him. How could Wang Tianlong have time to block? Pung, pung, pung. Several dozen attacks came one after the other. The 18 Een corpses surrounded Wang Tianlong and stomped him into the ground. Wang Tianlong already did not have the strength to fight back. There was no longer any suspense when the battle reached this point. Chu Tian sheathed his sword, and his face was filled with disdain. With this kind of skill you want to fight me? In your next life,